a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
You are watching BusinessDay Television.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olujobi, and it's a pleasure to have you start your day with us. First, let's see what's making headlines this morning. We're making progress in stabilizing FX markets, curbing inflation, says CBN. Dasuki, others rearranged over alleged 33.2 billion naira fraud. INEC suspends Natasha Akpoti recall petition. Russia and Ukraine agree Black Sea ceasefire. Super Eagles 2026 World Cup hopes dented after draw with Zimbabwe. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the Central Bank Governor Olayemi Cardoso has revealed that the Apex Bank is making steady progress in stabilizing the foreign exchange market and tackling inflation. Cardoso revealed this in a press statement issued on Tuesday while receiving a delegation of scholars from the Harvard Kennedy School at the CBN headquarters in Abuja. The delegation comprised 50 students from 19 countries, including representatives from the Harvard Business School, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology (MIT) and Stanford University. The CBN governor admitted that while Nigeria's economy had faced recent challenges, key indicators suggest improvements are underway. Moving on, the former National Security Advisor, retired Colonel Sambo Dasuki, and 3 others were rearraigned on Tuesday before the Federal Capital Territory High Court in Abuja over an alleged 33.2 billion naira fraud. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission (EFCC) brought the charges against Dasuki alongside the former General Manager of the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation (NNPC), Aminu Babakusa, as well as 2 companies, Acacia Holdings Limited and Reliance Referral Hospital Limited. The defendants are facing a 32-count charge bordering on alleged dishonest release of public funds. Their rearrangement before Justice Charles Agbaza follows the reassignment of the case by the FCT judge, Chief Judge, Justice Hussein Baba Yusuf, who was previously handling the matter. Still on, the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) has temporarily halted the recall petition against Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan due to insufficient contact information provided by the petitioners. According to INEC, the petitions only supplied the lead petitioner's phone number and an incomplete address, which does not meet the requirement aligned. The Commission revealed that the petition, which collected 474,554 signatures from 902 polling units, will remain on hold until the petitioners provide necessary contact details, urging the public to disregard speculative reports circulating on social media. Well, to end the local news, Nigeria's debt payment has rose to a 4-year high of $4.65 billion at the end of 2024, reflecting the federal government's continued reliance on borrowing. Data from the Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN) shows that the country spent $4.65 billion servicing its debt in 2024, representing a 32.9% year-on-year increase compared to $3.5 billion spent in 2023. According to reports, the government spent more money in debt servicing within the past 5 years in 2020, when repayments stood at $5.8 billion. Head of Financial Institution Ratings at Augusto & Co., Ayokunle Olubumi, revealed that the increased repayment in 2024 reflected increased borrowing during the same period. On the foreign scene, Russia and Ukraine have agreed to halt military strikes on vessels in the Black Sea and pause attacks on energy infrastructure. The United States announced this on Tuesday after talks with both sides in Saudi Arabia. According to the White House, Moscow and Kyiv have separately agreed to ensure safe navigation, eliminating the use of force, and preventing the use of commercial vessels for military purposes in the Black Sea. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says the agreement was effective immediately, while Moscow revealed that it would only take effect once certain sanctions were lifted, including those targeting its state-owned agricultural bank. Also, a Sudanese war monitor has accused the military of killing hundreds of people in an airstrike on a market in the country's western Darfur region. The Emergency Lawyers Group, which documents abuses by both sides in Sudan's civil war that erupted in April 2023, described the bombing of Tura market as a horrific massacre that had left 100 injured. A military spokesperson has, however, denied targeting civilians, saying it only attacked legitimate hostile targets. Meanwhile, both the Sudanese Armed Forces, that's SAF, and RSF have repeatedly been accused of shelling civilian areas. Now to sports. Super Eagles have suffered a massive setback in their quest to qualify for next year's World Cup after being held to a 1-1 draw at home against Zimbabwe. Victor Osimhen's header seemed to secure vital points for the Super Eagles until Huddersfield Town striker Taranda Chirewa equalized for the visitors in the 90th minute. This result places Nigeria in 4th position in Group C of the CAF qualifying section, trailing 6 points behind the leaders South Africa after 6 matches. With only the top team in each group guaranteed a spot in the finals for 2026, the upcoming game is against Bafana Bafana in September will be crucial for Nigeria's chances. To end the news, Iran has secured their place in 2026 World Cup following a 2-2 home draw against Uzbekistan at Tehran's Azadi Stadium on Tuesday, March 25th. Inter Milan striker Mehdi Taremi scored twice in the second half as Iran secured their place in the finals for a fourth consecutive time and seventh in total. Uzbekistan took the lead after Kojimat Eriknov scored in the 16th minute while Taremi leveled in the 52nd minute. The Iranian striker expressed happiness with the result but admitted his team had tactical problems after conceding twice. All those and these are the top headlines from BDTV this morning. I am Bethel Rujabi. Up next is the newspaper review. Do stay with us. Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Rujabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol.
We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Music makes me happy. My name is Smith Austin Oyowe. I'm from Delta State. I was born like this. My daddy abandoned me. That cannot accept me. I wanted to go to school, but there's no sponsor, no help from anywhere. My mother has sponsored me throughout my primary, secondary school, till the present time. But it's unfortunately that she has passed away. She's no more. So, my daddy also has passed away. That minute when my daddy discovered who I am, he cannot do anything for me again. Before death took you. But all what I am today is the grace of my mommy and to Almighty God. Sometimes when I'm going out, I'll put my hand in my clothes. I will hide it. I'll be going. But after some time, I say, why am I hiding my hand? It's this hand that people used to look at, and somehow the hand used to attract people to me. And I stopped. I said, I will not be doing it again. And since then, anywhere I'm going to go, if I enter into any church, any gathering, when I come out like this, people will look at me. Not me. They are looking at man that, look at this man, he's coming to the stage with some musician. What can he play? I have never one day regretted the way God created me. There are some things that when you want to do, they'll say because of the disability you have, you cannot be able to do it. But I find out that I can be able to do it with my, not even a disability, with my ability. I find that I can be able to do it. There's nothing that I lay my hands on that cannot be able to do it. But which some people that have the two hands cannot do. So it's there I begin to know that there's something special about my ability. I don't say disability, it's part of me. First, I went to a technical school in Sapele. I discovered that anything that got spoiled, like electronic stuff, television, radio, mic, all those things, I discovered I can repair it. So repairing is on its own. Why? Music stuff, to play instruments is on its own. So there are different things I combine together to make the name Uprising Music. So it's a different section there: repairing, rentage, and music school. To me, I cannot say I can play some certain instruments. Any instrument I see, and I've known what they call do re mi inside, I can play it. I can play the bass guitar, I can play a wire guitar, I can play drums, I can play conga, I can play the lead a little bit, I can play accordion, I can play trumpet, I can play agidigbo, this local instrument. I can play some instrument that is not even in Lagos here in my village. When you discover yourself on time and you begin to do things that is like wow, I can do this thing now without going to music school. I can do this thing without going to music school, without going to anybody. There's sometimes along the line, I know it's an inbuilt something, but still, I still go out to watch people play. When I come back, what I see them do, I will practice it on my own personally. So it makes me to improve in any instrument I lay my hand on. Since I came to Lagos, 1989, December, I decided to face music fully because I don't think if I don't do music, I cannot be happy. Music makes me happy. There's no sponsor anywhere. There's nobody that will sponsor you in anything you put your hand to do in Nigeria. It's only when you come out with something and some people discover you and they believe in you, it's there you can see sponsor. But when I started my own, there's no sponsor. What I did then is this. Because if God is with you, you have the whole world. I can repair. I want to buy this guitar. I don't have the money to buy guitar. I may go to shows. I told you I don't go to show again. I may go to shows with some big musicians. Maybe I play keyboard, I play drums. The money they paid me, I don't spend anyhow. I'll save the money. When I save the money 2 to 3 times, I can be able to afford a guitar. The first guitar I bought in my life was 1,500. I was so happy doing it because I know that one day, God will raise me up. There is not much challenge. It's like what the Bible used to say, he that is in me is greater than he that is in the world. He that is in me doesn't need rehearsal. He that is in me, he doesn't need any help from human being. But sometimes we do need human help. There's no advice you can give to anybody because everybody is wise in Nigeria. Sometimes I have some blind in my school here. They can play drums, they play guitar. They brought them from disability home. They are still in my school here. I have their videos. Like my school have all their videos about all my students' performance. I have them. I have some special students here. Some time ago, I've removed some of them from the street. I call them. I can see you passing every time. Why can't you come and play 1 or 2 instruments? I will not even ask them for money because I have something in me that said, do it for them. But some along the line, when they started doing it, before you know, you never say they will jackpot. They will jackpot. So my advice to people out there, don't let yourself down. Don't look at yourself that you cannot make it. Don't look at yourself that you are nothing before somebody. The very moment you discover yourself, start doing something, you can make it. Jesus, all the sins are.
Someone like me, they say Jackpa and Jackpada. I say let people Jackpa because guess what? They will Jackpada. When I left here over 30-something years ago, I left here very sad and I thought I was running away because I was just a young doctor. I didn't see any hope. Well, after doing everything I did, I've practiced medicine over 25, 26 years in private practice. I've gotten involved in all kinds of businesses in the United States. Guess where I am? You know, Saglev is an electric vehicle manufacturer. We're actually a U.S. company. Our principals actually manufacture vehicles in the U.S., but the Saglev Electromobility Nigeria Limited is our Nigerian subsidiary, just like we have a subsidiary in Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, and then soon in South Africa. All of these countries will have their own assembly plants. That's the plan, where we assemble in every of this market. Already, we've been testing vehicles in Nigeria and Ghana. We've been collecting data from rideshare drivers, fleet drivers. We've been literally paying drivers to submit their data to us. How much do you make? How much gas do you buy? We are tracking their vehicles, seeing the distance. So the research and data collection part has been going on probably a year and a half. Same thing in Ghana. At this point, developing an assembly plant in Nigeria. There is also an assembly plant in development for Accra, Ghana. It's going to be in Tema. The other activity, to fully answer your question, is we are already training and recruiting electric vehicle technicians. So that is going on. As a matter of fact, we just hired 16 or 18 of them. They are getting ready to start their online training, then they will go to classroom, and then they will go to practical training. So that's where we are in summary. Challenges, interestingly, because Nigeria is a country that has, so to speak, experienced a lot of trauma relating to electricity. You find out that the average Nigerian person all through the first question is power, right? But that has not been our experience, and we can talk more about that. So power could be a challenge, but power is very much a perceived problem. The other challenges we've had is that this is just a new product. 90% of what our company does is to actually educate people, because so many people don't even understand that they are perfect electric vehicle consumers, customers. So that is there. This is a novel product. So some of the other challenges are just, again, the charging network. Even though we are an automotive manufacturer, we have to reluctantly get involved in developing charging. It's just like being Peugeot or any automotive manufacturer, and all of a sudden you find yourself developing gas stations. Foreign exchange rate, we find ourselves in a challenging economic condition. But the way I like to tell people is that Saglev is actually a solution to that. So the fact that we understand that we bring in factors that actually help you to maneuver, around the economy is very encouraging to us. So, the challenges are there, but those are some of the main challenges. The data is surprisingly encouraging, because that is why you actually go somewhere and you collect the data. You can't just sit back and say, oh, this is what I think the data is. But the data is very surprisingly interesting. I want to tell you, when we first started talking about coming to West Africa, while gasoline was 180, 140 at some point a liter here, Naira. Gasoline was 850 Naira a liter in Ghana. Same in Cote d'Ivoire. So for you to sell an electric vehicle in Nigeria, it was not economically really viable. You can't make the economic case easily. But that has changed. A gallon is what, 617 now? So the story is different. And all of a sudden, and that actually led us to understanding that we have to fast track our plans. A rideshare driver that uses the smallest available vehicle on the road is spending 9,000 Naira a day on petrol. If you are saying a Toyota Corolla, Toyota Camry, Honda Accord, now you are looking at anywhere 17, 18, 19, 20,000 Naira. Now, if your car is even older, then you're spending more because an older vehicle, an older motor burns more gasoline. Now, that is compared to an electric vehicle, which that smallest vehicle, some of the examples I will show you here today, it costs for 300 kilometers of distance, it costs less than 3,000 Naira to charge it. That is such a big. What we've also found from the data is just the cost of ownership of an electric vehicle. It's not what people think it is, because the average electric vehicle will cost you 50 to 60% less in maintenance cost if you just take the first 4 years of the vehicle, talk less of down the line. An internal combustion engine vehicle will keep costing you more. An electric vehicle has much less moving parts. There's no transmission, there's no kickstarter, there's no crankshaft, there's no oil, there's no moving parts. It's just a battery and a transmission. Surprisingly interesting. We've always thought that this would be possible. I've driven electric vehicles in the US since 2013. I drove one of the first Teslas ever manufactured. And I've always wondered, why is it that in Africa, in Nigeria, we don't drive more EVs? But a lot of it is education. So that's why I say we have to educate people. What we think is impossible is actually possible. Now, what the data tells you is a little bit scary, because what it tells you is that between 50 to 70% of Nigerians are actually potential electric vehicle customers. Listen, SAGLEV wants other people to manufacture electric vehicles in Nigeria. So it's not if you are able to invest in EV manufacturing, we don't mind you coming on board and saying, hey, listen, I want to do this. This is a country of 200 million. Listen, SAGLEV is not going to satisfy that market. I can assure you of that. We just want to make sure that people get the benefits of electric vehicles. And it's not just in personal vehicles, all the way to last mile transportation, all the way to even trucking, public transportation, Uber, because you want to attack the highest offender, which is public and mass transportation.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello and welcome back to the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is the newspaper review segment, and today we'll be analyzing and reviewing the top stories on our dailies. I'm here with Mohammed, who is an in-house analyst. He'll be joining me to do the review.
Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. How are you doing?
It's a mixed morning for many Nigerians, right?
Right. Considering the disappointments.
Because in fact, I put down some names that I'm going to be able to mention this morning. Yesterday,
you have some thoughts.
They should just be able to maybe retire or just be able to excuse themselves from the Super Eagles. I'm sure we're at the point where we're watching it together. And you see some, supposed professionals, and you see the way they bungle things yesterday, to me, I think Samuel Chukwueze, maybe it's actually time Becca should have been invited. Then the captain of the side himself, what he did yesterday was really, really suicidal and catastrophic. Because the equalizing goal, don't forget, was 91st minute they equalized.
Literally,
and the way he just be able to breeze past the almighty captain of the team. I don't know. I mean, but with the way it is now, don't forget, this will be back because it's the way it's actually pointing is that back-to-back World Cups now. 2022 we couldn't go.
Yes.
2026 it is the pointers are that we may not likely go there. Now next one
there's still a chance.
I mean, one thing there is
we can still fight it out in the gulag in the
where
in the gulag.
Okay, maybe because 10 teams, 9 teams represent Africa.
Yes.
There are 9 groups, so the top teams will qualify automatically. Now the 4 best losers will have to go and play another round of semi-finals, play finals. Then before you now go and play an intercontinental playoff, maybe against a South American champion. A South American, so that long route, if you don't qualify as the group winners, if you don't be able to win the group, it's just like you say, it's a gulag. The process for you to be able to get to the World Cup. But with the way it is now, South Africa is already 6 points ahead of us. They are 13 points, and we are 7.
They are through. I don't think anyone will catch up with them at this point.
It is really, that's why I say.
But we play them next, so.
We are playing them in September. Hopefully, we'll be able to get the result. We are going to Joe Box to go and play them.
Yes.
They come here to Nigeria to play us. We have to go in back there.
The result was disappointing.
The performance yesterday was disappointing as
well. Nigerians would argue that the Super Eagles' strategy is to score and then relax.
Okay.
Which is not been helping us very well.
Of course,
right? Because whenever we score,
just retreated.
We retreat and then we relax. We try to defend the one goal. And
maybe that could also be because we scored at 70-something minutes. Remember they labored, but the way they labored, the way they were not able to crack them open, and then you see that those true balls. Normally, if you want to watch football and if you analyze, you see that those threaded passes, those splinter passes, defense splitting passes that you always see in a typical, world grand stage of football showpiece, were not really there. So they actually look a bit laborious when they are playing. They're just laboring, trying to just be able to see anywhere any luck will come from. And then fine, you're at least able to get one, only for them to be able to bungle it at the nick of time.
Well, this is a very interesting top story for many Nigerians.
I'm talking about it today.
Let's get back into business. All right. So on the BusinessDay paper today, the top story says U.S. Fed rates hold intensifies Nigeria Eurobonds sell-off. Right. And let's just dwell on that a little before we move on to the next one. Obviously, the next one is about Dangote's refinery selling jet fuel to Saudi Arabia. Okay. After several sales to the US as well. Okay. So now we're talking about the US Fed rates, Eurobonds. The US, the Feds, they held interest rates, right? Which
this month of March.
This month, which might motivates more investors to keep the money or sell to cheaper,
of course, in the higher market.
So what does this mean?
Of course,
generally, for investors and for Nigeria.
So we've seen on Nigeria, of course, I'm talking about Nigerian investors, and then most importantly on our Nigerian Euro bond. So remember before now, the Fed met last week, the US Fed, and there were prognoses that the rates would be are likely going to be a rate cut. Because inflation was actually inching up again in the US. But it was, first of all, was actually shocking and surprising that the rate was held at 4.5%. But the snowball effect, you understand, the domino effect of whatever happened in the US, is that it's going to be able to affect most of the Euro bonds, dollar-denominated bonds, and other Euro bonds that, especially sub-Saharan Africa, emerging economies, tend to be able to have in those nations. So what we've seen is that the yield, you'll be able to look at when our readers, when our listeners at home, be able to read the story done by Enola, we'll be able to see that since that last week, there have been the yield, the returns that people are actually able to have on the Eurobond, have actually been inching up. People have actually been able to sell off those Eurobonds as a result of rate cut, so as to be able to take, make certain gains, on their investment. So sell-off has actually been able to ramp up. And then what we have actually been able to see there is that people are now moving away, towards risky assets. Because remember, the rate has actually been held. So
yes.
They held the rate. The implication is that investors will definitely be able to sell off the ones that they are holding and be looking for other assets that will be able to give them higher returns.
Yes.
Which is just simple.
So was that the reason why Nigeria increased its
Eurobond sales? Exactly. Yes. Because of, since they're actually able to hold also, it's an opportunity for SSAs, Sub-Saharan Africa, to quickly sell Eurobonds and lure investors with higher rates. You understand? Yes. So it is just a strategy that is always done in that market. Okay?
But it seems that the US or Europe rather and China is still more attractive.
Yes, they are, because the geopolitical uncertainty as well.
Yes.
And the position of tariff that Trump has actually been able to impose of them has been able to also put them at some tight corners. Yes, they have encountered tariffs. They've actually been able to trade wars, the simmering trade wars that we actually be able to is actually filling up in the air, is affecting investors because the uncertainty is lingering. Nobody really knows what's going to happen. So now, safe haven, they could be risky assets. That's what I'm saying. They are risky assets. Investors ordinarily would not have been able to put so much of their investment into SSA bonds. I'm talking about Sub-Saharan African bond, Euro bonds that actually be able to be floated by Sub-Saharan Africa. But because of these, the quadruple trade wars between Canada, China, and Europe, that's tripartite trade and US, has actually been able to push a lot of investors to look into, Euro bonds. I mean, Euro bonds are actually coming from Africa, and that has actually been able to see how it has been inching up, in the last 2, 3, 4, 5.
So what future are you looking at now?
So the market itself, we know that Trump, what we sort of understand is that Trump will definitely be able to maintain this Trump. It doesn't appear that he's actually backing down.
It doesn't.
So, and it's likely going to be in that way that it is a good opportunity for emerging economies, Sub-Saharan Africa, North Africa, Middle East, and then some of these emerging economies to quickly be able to take advantage of the market situation right now. The US too, just like we said, rate cut was expected last month, but because of the uncertainty as well, the Fed decided to be able to maintain the rate, so to hold the rate. So some of these, I may not actually be able to have a crystal ball to be able to predict it, but we know that this month and next month will play a very pivotal role to tell us how that particular market, the market sentiment,
especially considering many of the tariff
positions, threats, and a lot of other economic wars that are likely going to be able to follow this recent relationship or these recent interactions between US, Europe, and I think so. That is, creating that sell-off, as I said, a lot of sell-offs, and that's give an advantage to also be able to sell more Euro bonds and give us that opportunity to do that.
Very interesting. Well, the next story on the BusinessDay paper says Dangote's refineries jet fuel adds Saudi to new market. Right.
There have been reactions to that anyway.
Yes, there have been a lot of reactions, but good news? Do you think this is good news?
Okay, because maybe it's a good news to them, but bad news because most of the food are supposed to be actually available for local usage, exactly, would be a bit impacted. And that is on the back of the Naira for crude discussion that is still stalling. Yeah, we have that discussion. We resume tomorrow. Luckily, for Salah, the Minister of Finance was actually, I think I overheard him speaking yesterday. Discussion will be resumed. And by resuming discussion, that will actually be able to give them an opportunity to see that the market is still here for him. At the time, he has tried to be able, I think he's doing Jet 1 fuel, not petrol for now. This is Jet 1 fuel, right? Okay, this is aviation fuel.
This is aviation fuel.
Yes, okay, great. So, because the aviation fuel, he has actually complained about that for a while, that only 3% of it is actually sold in Nigeria. The remaining 97% is actually imported. And now by adding Saudi Arabia market to it, we know that he's trying to be able to cover the African market. He's covered some sections of European market as well, that is actually selling the Jet 1 fuel to. So be able to sell to Saudi Arabia now is another good another good achievement, another feat.
So now, is a feat for Dangote. Is it a feat for Nigeria?
So because he has claimed that.
I mean, this is good for
for the business.
The FX, you know, the FX
to come into the country.
Environment, exactly. And
FX to come in, and but the question is there was
also our authority, you know, as oil producers, right? Exactly. We're no longer just putting oil out there. We're putting something refined. No, for once.
Value added products.
Exactly. So in as much as so what is the contention? Are people saying Dangote should not sell jet fuel to?
No. Okay. So he has claimed, because remember, diesel and jet fuel. In fact, he has launched those. He started producing them before petrol came into the market. And then the complaint that he had was that local producers, local players are not buying from him. At the time, there was in fact a lot of that issue, and that was why even when he started when he started releasing the petrol to the market, one of the things he complained about was able to go to the market to put a ban on importation of fuel into the country. So he was saying then that already 97% of jet fuel and diesel is importing them. Only 3% is sold in Nigeria because they refuse to buy. There could be a whole lot of
so why is that?
Dynamics. At the time, you see some of them could you really be able to, what can we be able to attribute that to? What in local politics like bad belly or something, maybe it could be. Or maybe some people are just deliberately trying to be able to frustrate his efforts, you know, because cried out.
The fact that Saudi Arabia is buying from him means that
there's something of quality.
Yes, exactly. The issue is not.
So you say most of airliners, for example, airlines, diesel operators, most of the fuel stations in Nigeria, we're not even buying. That's diesel, and then the airline operators were not buying from him. He complained about that.
Yes,
and to be able to say, oh, quite a whole lot of them, he was already selling them out to other neighboring African countries and to Europe. So that's what I'm saying. Adding Saudi Arabia to the fleet, adding Saudi Arabia to the base, to the customer base now, is a good thing. But I know discussions were actually ongoing, you know, between the Ministry of Aviation at the time waded into the discussion to see how to be able to mediate the issue between what are the pain points, what are the complaints of the buyers themselves. Maybe they're complaining, it's too expensive for them, can't be able to get it, it's not so competitive, they're able to get something cheaper from abroad at the time. I'm sure there were those discussions.
So I was, you know, it's at the end of the day, we come to the discussion of price.
Maybe pricing was what they complained about then. I'm talking about early last year. And then we don't expect it to be able to sell below cost. There's a cost of production involved that would definitely also need to be able to sell. So adding this to it now, it's a mixed bag also for Nigeria. You know, it has the pros, the positives, and the negatives that's likely going to be able to emanate out of that. But selling jet won't fall there. I don't know if the quantity have actually been meant, the quantum of what he has been able to push out there to the Saudi Arabia market. But that is a very important, a laudable feat, you know,
it is.
for the Dangote business.
It's a win for Nigeria. It's a win for Dangote, right? Because these are people with very stringent quality standards, and then meeting them, it's laudable.
It's laudable. I mean, meeting them.
Yes.
Well, I mean, I think we're able to mention that as well. Okay, that's about 348,000 barrels.
Yes.
Was actually able to be able to push out to there. So of course, we're able to see how these and then what people are actually how the reactions definitely be able to follow.
Definitely, and hopefully we get to patronize locally. Right, because I think
that's where the challenge is still lying.
Yes, that's where the challenge still lies. So we are exporting. So it's like we are producing or we are cooking for others. Meanwhile, the family is hungry.
Of course, I mean that's just the analogy.
That's how I see it.
And then you're pleasing the external at the detriment of your own family members or your relations or those that are closer to you.
Exactly.
Maybe that's the way it is anyway. But remember, it's also that's why sometimes the regulators need to come in to I've seen the US market at the time. He's been able to also venture into the US market, especially since the major player in that space that is able to supply the GT1 for Phillips 66 shut down, had a problem in the US, and that was last year. But now adding Saudi Arabia into that, so it's because that was where he kept saying that there are markets, there are people ready to be able to take off. There are off-takers that are ready to take this product.
That was
if
even
you
the
guys
issue
are
with
lagging,
the Naira for crude
right?
He
Nigerians
said,
are just saying, if you're not going to take this, I have off-takers who are ready to be able to take off this. So, and you know, that's the way it is. As much as possible, we always want to be able to have a middle ground to ensure that there is a win-win for them as well, the players, I mean the buyers, the also segment who are actually buying from him, and then the producer as well. That's actually producing, needed to be able to have at least some margins.
Well, we'll definitely look forward to the future of this, and for more local patronage as well. That is something that is very, very, very key. And moving on to the Punch newspaper, moving on to the Punch newspaper, it says on the top, says dollar for petrol, marketers protest, Dangote export fuel to US, others, which we just talked about. First Bank files appeal, injunction and stay of execution. Cargo remains under arrest. Well, the top story on the paper says senators Ezekwesili clash. INEC faults Natasha's recall process. Ex-minister slams Senate over bias in sexual harassment case. Hearing adjourned indefinitely. Well, it's a big discussion, right?
Oh, very big one.
It's a very
I don't
big
know if you get a glimpse to watch a site, have an optic. Because I remember, I think I saw that before I went to watch the Nigerian match, which was that point anyway, and I saw the exchange, the fiery exchange between Madam Obi and Senator Ifeanyi Oyeboyi. I think that's his name. I'm not really so sure. Oyeboyi, that's his name. Senator Ifeanyi. The two of them had a very, very, and in fact, they used some unprinted names on each other. Even though, so it was the fallout, or it was the commencement of the hearing of Senator Natasha's claim. You know,
yes,
so the Senate House on Ethics, Discipline, Rules and Privileges, you know, met yesterday, and then to be able to listen to witnesses as well as the counsel to Senator Natasha. They came to the floor of the Senate yesterday to present their case and to be able to present witnesses to show that the allegations leveled against the Senate President was actually true. First, when the gathering, I mean the sitting was to start, they tried to be able to shut out Madam Obi, that she cannot be able to come in. But she forced herself in to say, no, I am in Nigeria and I have the right to actually be here. I mean, I'm trying to be able to quote in her word what she said by herself. So at the committee hearing on ethics, privileges and public petitions, so we will see her there with Abiola Akinyode Afolabi, who was actually the counsel, was actually the lawyer to Apotu Oduagan. Then the chief petitioner, you understand, who was actually the one that came all the way from Kogi Central, named Zubairu Yakubu. Because if you remember very well, just a little bit of the timeline of what happened. When Senator Natasha presented the petition, it was stated that by the rule of the House, a senator cannot, you know, initiate submission of a petition. It has to come from the constituent, you know, from within our constituency. And that was actually why I think a day after, this man called Zubairu Yakubu was the one who forwarded the petition, who petitioned the Senate Committee on Ethics, Privileges and Public Petition to say that the Senate President is actually has actually been accused of sexual harassment. But when the issue happened, and then when Madam Obi, you know, got into the House yesterday, first as I said, Senator Ifeanyi was talking. He was talking, and she said he should shut up. And I think that's what she said. The senator should shut up. And they thought the reaction from the senator was to tell her that you are a fool. And that is actually a very, very heavy word, you know. As I said, maybe it's an unprinted names. I don't know if you can be able to say that. I hope people will be able to fall into. But that was actually, it was serious exchange.
It was what was said. It was what was said.
So
and which
he said, use shut at the senator.
Yes.
How will she on the floor be using? You're telling him to shut up. People are saying, shut up. Is it an abuse? Is shut up an offensive remark? But you know, those sides and those angles of the stories were just there.
And now the INEC has come forward to say that the petition
there were
filed
holes, exactly.
there were gaps.
There were gaps and the holes in the way it has actually been filed.
Yes, exactly. Especially in terms of address of the petitioner. You know, they needed some details that were excluded from what was submitted.
Okay.
So I think what does this even say about the validity of the claim? Because the recall process was, I don't know, it came out of nowhere.
Okay,
all of a sudden
we just heard that. Did you see the truckloads? Did you see the truckloads of documents that they actually brought to
I saw.
To initiate
Did
the
you see
process
the
of
queues?
recall. Because that's what I'm saying. Say about, I think in a constituency about close to 500,000 people in the constituency.
470 something thousand people.
And then that was way.
How many people
voted for her? I mean,
I don't think
almost half of them, and the polling units and things like that came up with the recall process. I mean, initiated it.
Yes.
And then, but INEC, you know, through the first remark that he released yesterday to say, oh, this process, it has its own way of actually the way it's actually be able to go through. And as a result of that, it has not been fully, so they pick holes in it. And I'm sure they were, I think I've been able to put some of them down when I was actually going through the story yesterday from INEC to say, but, you know, just immediately after that, after INEC released this, was when Justice Obiora Egwuatu as well, I think, recused herself from the case. I remember that you heard about that, the case, because the Senate adjourned the House indefinitely because they said the case is in court and they would not like to be able to trample or engage in an act that would be able to be contemptuous to court proceedings. So this Senate Committee on Ethics, you know, public privileges and ethics privileges and public petition decided to be able to adjourn indefinitely pending the resolution of the case in court. But the justice as himself yesterday, Obiora Egwuatu, a no-nonsense judge, recused herself because of an allegation of bias by the third defendant, Akpabio, who claimed that the judge has actually been biased against him and cannot give him a fair hearing. I think those are, you know, the whole lot of dynamics that actually be able to take place in the court. Then from there, INEC, you know, before they release that, okay, this process, the process of recall cannot start now until the requirement, the constitutional requirement and the prerequisites have actually been followed through before they can be able to initiate it. Yes, the process of recall can be initiated by the constituent of a parliamentary, a senator or a House of Rep members initiating it, and then by actually be able to get a sizable number, maybe almost half of the people in the polling units initiating the recall, and then that happened there yesterday. But of course, people have been saying, has this been politically motivated?
I feel like the whole thing.
But we know there will definitely be political dynamics. Yes, you see one of the senators, the senator that's also representing Kogi West, yes, Senator Karimi, was actually saying, yes, that's what the people of Kogi wanted. Also, a fellow senator from the same state mentioning that was actually able to justify that there is no political motivation there.
Yes.
It is what a constituent wanted. She has not been able to represent them well, and the people felt the need to do that. But at the other side of the divide, at the other side of the spectrum is to say that this has been politically motivated. A woman who has spoken out about her pain point, and instead of the people to be able to listen to her, she's being victimized as a result of that, you know, because of a complaint. But the space is actually, I mean, the dynamics, the political dynamics of that is actually changing, and we're trying to be able to see how it will be able to unfold in days ahead.
Well, this is a very developing story, so we'll keep you updated on how it unfolds. Well, the Vanguard paper, finally, the Vanguard paper says, we have very little time left, so the Vanguard paper says, the bid to bomb another pipeline in Rivers failed, says police, army, navy, and the Air Force and others vow to protect critical infrastructures in states. NLC, TUC in Rivers threaten strike if emergency rules is not reversed. Court asked to sack Rivers sole administrator Ibas. Tinubu AGF 36 state listed as defendants. Rivers sole administrator appoint SSG. It's so because of the time we have. Yes, it's a lot to unpack. It's like a whole package of.
Maybe the whole thing there was just the attack that was heard yesterday.
Yes.
The Nigerian police, the Nigerian police force, the Navy counterpart, the Air Force, and other security architectures, you know, other security outfits. Also mentioned that there was an attempt to be able to bomb part of the critical infrastructure yesterday. But that was actually failed. You know, attempts have actually been there. The militants, don't forget, they've been threatening fire and brimstone that they'll be able to bring down the state and the nation and the nation to his knees if certain things are actually not met. And those are what you have actually been able to see there. Yesterday, when we actually briefed the media, so the joint operation by the Nigerian Police, Nigerian Navy, and Nigerian Air Force claimed that, in fact, they mentioned a particular thing. It's what I'm trying to look out for. They mentioned a particular thing that was actually seized from the assailants. Those are actually trying to be able to do that. The group of Rivers State, blah, blah, blah. Of well Nigerians disclosed that so several attempts, so there were even like about 4 attempts were made yesterday. That's where I'm going. 4 attempts were actually made by criminal elements to bomb critical assets, pipelines generally, and in the process of actually trying to be able to foil them, one of them died. They attempted to be able to detonate. They bought explosives that they wanted to be able to detonate on the pipeline, but one of them actually lost their lives and someone were actually arrested. As a result of that, I think we look at that. But another development that happened in Rivers State yesterday was the Nigerian Labour Congress, who
threatened to strike.
Who joined to go on strike.
Yes,
if the emergency rule is actually not reversed. Is not reversed. I think they have that particular thing there, and a whole lot of other things that those developments that actually be able to take place in the whole of Rivers State yesterday. Some have actually been able to take even the federal government to court over the emergency power, over the emergency rule, and that the court will likely be able to take to start proceedings on that to see whether the president truly have the powers, to be able to invoke emergency powers or to suspend a democratically elected governor and sitting governor, and then I think those things are also there. Labour to be able to lend their voice into it to say no. We are calling for the reversal of this thing. This is actually not reversed. But the president and the presidency are doubling down to say Section 304 give us the power to do it.
Yes, it does give the president the power to declare state of emergency, but does it give the president the power to
suspend governor? That's the question.
Governor?
That's what judiciary, really the court, as they were supposed to interpret. Yes, if you look at Section 305, the subsection there, they didn't really say anything about suspending a governor. So, which is exactly where those things are now. So,
is it an arbitrary use of power?
So that's what it is.
Those are the questions that were being asked.
Should need to be able to help us provide clarity.
And it's interesting that the decision was a step or a move to bring calm and bring peace.
Otherwise,
what we've
things would have gone out of course.
And what I've seen
would have
just
gone out of hand, and I agree with you.
Yes,
but just like a week ago, Tuesday last week was when it happened. Between just that Monday and Tuesday, 3 different bombs. 3 different pipeline infrastructure. Even the back
went off in flames. And it's what I'm seeing now is that the expectation is not as expected, right? The expectation of the decision is not what is being seen right now. In as much as yes, the political, it was all political drama in the first place. So now the political drama is which led to all what we've seen, right? It's subsided a little. We're now seeing the private sector or people or the institutions in the states coming out to say this, because apart from what we're seeing here, we've seen several times or we've seen several videos of River State people, right? River State should I call it citizens now coming out to say that we're happy with Fubara.
Okay, of course. While it was there.
So this was not this is not
what we wanted.
This is not what we wanted. This is not the decision that we agreed with. Was it successful?
Okay.
But it's so successful, really.
Okay. So
apart from the fact that it's eased some people's wishes.
Frayed nerves, okay? Because what I'm saying here is, just like you heard this side of the story, what the president did just last week Tuesday on the 21st or thereabout, when 20th, when the president announced that Tuesday last week, was that because I remember the morning before then, 2 pipelines, critical infrastructures were bombed, and then I know what the president was actually trying to be able to invoke economic sabotage that might likely be able to follow up, and the way it is actually be able to go. Yes, if you look at the legislators, remember the The face-off was actually between the lawmakers, 27 of them who are per wiki, and the governor. Yeah, they were saying yes, they are okay with it. They are fine with emergency powers, and then by 6 months they will be able to put their house in order, and everything will actually be able to come back to normal. Yes, you have the variants, especially the job people who felt like no, this is an affront on our people, and we cannot be able to do this. And we even see militants among them, but they want threatening fire and brimstone to say we are going to be able to bring down the country to its knees. We'll bomb critical infrastructure.
Who fueled that? Who fueled that?
Of course, all of us will be able to feel
it. I mean, who fanned
those flames? That's what they were saying. Was it the governor that did that?
Was it the governor?
That's what they were saying.
Or was
the governor that was actually emboldening them? He didn't come out to be able to condemn them, because the Minister of Justice was saying, oh, these people were threatening that when the lawmakers are saying they're going to impeach the governor, and they were saying if the governor is impeached, then we are going to be able to resume hostilities, bombing and other things like that. So the Minister of Justice was saying, the governor was actually listening to the job people saying that, and he never put out any word there to caution them or to say anything in that regard. That was what they actually be able to accuse him of, and that he's emboldening them. He's actually be able to give them some grounds to be able to fly, and if care is not taken, maybe they will likely be able to make their threat come true. So that was actually the ground they are relying on to say we needed to be able to wait in here. If we be able to delay this further, things would have been able to go beyond.
What I would say, because of the time we have, is when two kids fight, you don't scold one
and then
pamper the other.
That's another thing that we've seen.
Exactly, it creates resentment from one
party against the other.
Exactly. So if a decision is
that's what the governor, the president didn't do well
across board.
They say, please, as you actually be able to, warn this, let's also be able to go to the fact
and
that
yes, also
be able to
be received by the other, just for a balanced,
of course,
use of power, and at the same time,
balance, or maybe you are unfair, maybe to show that you are not biased and you are impartial. Indeed. But the way it appears, and then pinning one blame on one and the other, resentment and hatred, you definitely be able to follow through.
Oh well, very interesting conversations we've had on the paper review this morning. Do stay with us. We'll be right back with the big story. Thank you very much, Mohammed, for joining us in the studio. Well.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, nothing from my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Hello, this is Body Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
You are watching Business Day Television. This is the Business Day Television broadcast.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome to the Big Story segment of the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi, and today we're focusing on one of Nigeria's most important crops, yet one with untapped economic potential: cassava. Nigeria is the world's largest producer of cassava, cultivating it in 24 out of its 36 states. Back in 1999, we produced 33 million tons, and by 2009, that figure had climbed to 45 million tons, accounting for nearly 19% of global output. Yet, with an average yield of 10.6 tons per hectare, there's still room for improvement. Cassava farming is well established in Nigeria with more than 40 varieties in use. Processing hubs and fabricating enterprises are spread all across the country, turning cassava into food, cattle feed, and industrial products. But what are the opportunities, challenges, and the next steps to maximize the contribution of this cassava crop to the economy? Well, to help us unpack this, we're joined by Oluyemisi Ironloye, who's the MD and CEO of Southtree International Limited, a large-scale cassava processor based in southwest Nigeria. She started a company in 2005 with personal savings from marketing farm produce and today she runs a thriving business built around smallholder farmers. Welcome to the show, Yemisi.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning. Well, let's start. How are you doing today, by the way?
I'm doing great. It's quite beautiful here in Doawaye, Oyo State, Nigeria.
Wonderful.
Looking like it's going to rain today.
Nice to see you doing well. I can barely see you because you're online, but thank you for joining us regardless. Well, let's start out by asking you to take us through your journey as an entrepreneur and a large-scale cassava farmer. And, you've come to wear the title, the Cassava Queen. What drove you into this field? What gave you sleepless nights until you decided to pursue it?
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for having me here this morning. I jumped into the cassava industry about 2 decades ago during the Obasanjo regime when cassava was being pushed to become a cash crop. Prior to that time, cassava was basically for food, and I was working with the crop in then Ekagro, where I was the chief operating officer at that time. And I saw a farmer who came in with his crop after traveling over 300 kilometers crying because he's been on the road for 5 days and he lost all his crop. Of course, there was no starch in it, so we couldn't buy the crop. And that day I told myself, this factory have no business being here. We need to, if I'm able to do my own, I want to have this factory right in the middle of the rural environment where farmers like this can easily bring their crops. And today, Sotri is bettered right in the middle of Alaide village in Isai local government of Oyo State. So Sotri was born out of empathy, was born out of passion to make smallholder farmers have a place to take their crop easily. And we've consistently been able to produce food-grade starch, high-quality cassava flour, sorbitol and glucose, and even hydrogen, food-grade hydrogen in just about 15 years that the factory has been running, even though the company was incorporated in 2005. So Sotri is 2 decades this year, November. So basically, I've come to end the title Cassava Queen because of consistency and because of the total number of farmers that we have been able to support. We started with 17 farmers. Today we have about 10,000 farmers in our network and still counting. And because of the impact that we created in the industry.
Very interesting. Every business has its own challenge, you would agree. And as someone who's been in this industry as a cassava processor for two decades, what are some of the challenges you face, in the business, and how have you been navigating through them?
One of the major challenges any cassava processor will tell you is usually the inconsistent cassava supply. I mean, during the rain, the cassava is there. During the dry season, it becomes hard to uproot, and then it becomes scarce. So that's a major challenge, and Sotri has been able to navigate that by having our own structured farmers that have been assisted to grow raw material for us and are organized in such a way they are able to provide raw material in a cyclic, continuous format, year in, year out. What we do is to provide them with all the inputs during the rainy season, herbicides, sometimes actually take them to the bank, and we provide the guarantee for them so that we will always have raw material to meet the needs of the multinationals that we supply our end product. Again, another challenge is always market. Market in the sense that sometimes if the starch from outside the country is lower, especially now as we speak, this government have just removed duty on cassava starch, on starch. So with zero duty on starch, it means that people can bring cassava in and it becomes cheaper than what we produce in Nigeria. We often have this as challenge, and even right now, that's rocking the industry. Everybody struggling to sell because it's been massively imported into the country at a very cheap rate, and that is suppressing the local industries from running. So quite a number of challenges, but these are real 2 major ones that stick out from time to time.
You mentioned imports, right? I'm aware that there was a scheme, right, by the federal government. It's been running since in the 2000s, and it was revived in 2012 by former President Goodluck Jonathan, and it was cassava for bread, right? And that was the idea, was to use cassava as cassava flour to make bread, to ease the pressure on importing wheat, right? But the issue there was that the processors were not. First of all, cassava is perishable, right? I think 48 hours after harvest, it has to be processed, or else it's basically useless. And the issue was that the processors were not meeting the demand, right, by the end users, right, by the wholesalers and by the bakers, as a matter of fact. So don't you think that there's blame on both sides in terms of imports? Yes, we obviously that scheme was to ease imports, but yet the gates were opened for local producers, for local processors, but still there were complaints. So don't you think the blame is shared?
Okay, so it's like a case of, is it the egg before is it the egg before the chicken, or the chicken before the egg? Okay, now, as at that time when the cassava bread scenario was open, when President Obasanjo pushed that we should start using cassava for bread, it was not legislated. So a lot of factories sprang up to produce cassava flour, but they were not being sold. They couldn't sell because the millers were resisting the acceptance of the 10% flour in their formulation. After about 2 years, these factories died. They died. I mean, after you borrowed money from the bank and then you could not sell at the volume you should sell because the millers were still contemplating that it was not legislated, it was legislated. There were a lot of back and forth stories. There were no accountability. Nobody was holding the millers accountable to the use of cassava flour. So the almost about 200 small processing facilities died at that time. So by the time the wheat became expensive, and the millers now saw that, oh, if we can get cassava flour to blend even at 10%. So the companies were already there. They were now struggling to get up. They were owing the banks. The banks were pursuing these companies. The companies were struggling to get up. So the millers were not getting enough because most of the companies were already dead. Most of the companies, the ones that were not, they were struggling with working capital or struggling with one problem or the other. Okay, so that's exactly what happened. So the full story is, as at the time the 10% was announced, there were no government regulation to hold these guys accountable. That is the millers. They were not held accountable. So there was nothing to force them to buy. So they were not buying enough, or they were not even buying at all, or they were pretending to be buying. So the companies, the flour factories could not sell, and they ran out. Some died. A lot died. Those that did not die were struggling. Okay. So by the time dollar went up, and it became very, very important that they now buy so they can reduce costs. There were not enough factories to supply the cassava flour because they were not being encouraged.
Very interesting. In terms of pricing, right? Nigeria is the largest producer of cassava globally, but yet the prices of garri and starch and some of the byproducts of these have been surging. In fact, we learned that the price of garri has risen 150% in the past 5 years. So what is responsible for this inconvenient surges?
Okay, it's a whole lot of things. The first thing that have actually increased the cost of garri is the cost of the inflation. I mean, inflation happened. Cost of herbicides for farming increased, also doubled or more than doubled. Fertilizer more than doubled. 10 years ago, fertilizer was 1,500. I mean, look at the cost of fertilizer today, 59,000 or 70,000. Can you see the gap? So all of these cost of operation, cost of farming increased like every other cost increased. That's number one. Number two, there is pressure from outside Nigeria. Whenever corn does not do well, outside Nigeria or in Nigeria, there's pressure on cassava because it's a net alternative source for animal feed or for food. That's number 2. But number 3, which is the most important, is our yield. When we are comparing ourselves with Thailand or Indonesia, I mean, I just came back from a 2-week tour, a study tour of these 2 countries. And I can tell you that those countries are farming on a smaller size of land, but getting more higher yield. They are on average of about 25 tons. And as majority, about 50% of the farmers get about 42 tons. Their highest about 62 tons. Nigeria is still lagging around 10 tons. So by the time your counterpart is doing, a smallholder farmer in Thailand, Indonesia is doing 25. A smallholder farmer in Nigeria is an average of 8 to 10. Can you look at the gap? A commercial farmer in Indonesia is doing 42, constant. And average fantastic farmer in Nigeria is doing 20, and he'll be bragging that he has done something good. So the gap is there, coupled with the inflation that have brought cost of operation to increase. Because people say, oh, why should why should Gary be expensive? Maybe it's just from the farm. But the farmer is going to use tractor, he's using herbicide, he's using fertilizer, he's using cost of labor. And all of this impact the cost of operation to farm 1 hectare. And then he now ends up getting a smaller yield compared to his other counterpart farm because he's supposed to use 10 to 12 bags of fertilizer. He's barely using 2 or barely using 3. So do you see the dynamics? So when he gets an 8 tons, all the cost is going to be on 8 tons. And by the time he fries his Gary, he goes to the market, he sells at the same price that he should sell. Just like if you compare it to maybe corn or you compare it to wheat, it's the same scenario. Cost of operation is key. And then the yield, Nigerian yield. We need to look at the agronomic practices and yield seriously. Fertilizer needs to be available for farmers in order for farmers to get very good yield. So that cost of operation, even if it is high, but yield, if yield is high, then you can do an average and cost per ton of cassava will be lower and food becomes cheaper. If farmers can increase their yield, food will be cheaper and will be abundant in Nigeria. I mean, I'll just do my summation by saying, if I do a 1,000 hectares and I get 30 tons per hectare, I get 30,000 metric tons of cassava. If I do that same 1,000 and I get 8 tons per hectare, I get 8,000 tons of cassava. So the amount of Gari I make from a 30 tons of cassava will be about, divided by 4, will be about 6,000, no? Will be about 15,000 metric tons of Gari. Meanwhile, this one I'm getting just about maybe 2,000 metric tons. So you can see why food is expensive. The crux of the matter is we need to go back to the basics. Yield is key. And if we must tweak yield, we must look at fertilizer and correct fertilizer with the right nutrients.
Very interesting. So from what you've said, I deduce that access to some important farming equipment is expensive. Is that what you're saying? Or is it expensive or is inaccessible?
It's expensive, is insufficient. Farmers are using them, even when they get them, in an inadequate amount. Where they should be using 8 bags, they are using 2 because it's either they can't afford it or they can't even find. Or even the one they find or the one they are able to buy does not have the real right active ingredient that should give them the kind of yield that they need.
There's an argument that the reason why the farmers are actually at the butt end of the entire process of cassava production in the terms of middlemen controlling the market, getting the bulk of the profit while the farmers get peanuts, right? What do you have to say to that?
That's a fact, and I will admit that is happening. Middlemen are actually getting into the farms and getting the product to the industries. And that is why we in Sultry, for us in Sultry, we have our farmers and we work directly with the farmers so farmers get the best price possible. So, I mean, once you're able to cut off the middlemen, then farmers are able to get the full value of what the factories are buying. It is actually true that the middlemen are actually making a lot of profit, especially when farmers don't have money and they need to pay their children's school fees. Once it's time to sell, they just sell at any amount just because they need some money. Sometimes they don't even calculate. They will use 1 million naira to do 1 hectare of farm. They sell it for 1.2 million after a whole year of activity. Meanwhile, the marketer who bought the cassava from them, when he sells to the companies, could make a profit of 2 million, while the farmer has made nothing, because even that 200,000 cannot, if you divide it per month, did not pay him 10,000 per month. So that is the truth. And that is why having farmers organized in organized Agoras program attached to various companies is the best model, so that farmers get the highest price possible for them without any middlemen. Even the middlemen are the one that actually escalate the amounts, I mean the prices, that makes food become more expensive. So assuming we were buying direct from farmers and processing it, it becomes cheaper. But then, well, it's neither here nor there. You still have to create some jobs in between. But I think there should be some form of control so that farmers are not ripped up, they are not ripped off, and processors get what they need to get, and the end buyer, the end users, the consumers are able to get this end product, gari, fufu, starch, flour at reasonable prices, landing on the various families that are eventually consuming the products.
Now let's talk exports. Nigeria producing so much cassava is fact. It's a given. We are the largest producers, as a matter of fact. But we still import many cassava-based products, right? And it's ironic, really, because of what we have, right? What we are supposed to be doing. I mean, 90% of cassava is consumed locally in Nigeria, but only very little of it gets outside. What do you think is missing in this value chain? Why is it that our products are not competitive? Are our products competitive globally? What is stopping that supply?
Okay, so initially our products were not competitive. Globally. I mean, that's the truth, initially. But then in the last 3 years, we've started moving product out of Nigeria. That's cassava based product like starch, like flour. A lot of Nigerian cassava flour moves out of Nigeria into the US. In fact, our cassava flour is about the best in the US. A lot of it go to the US. I know a company who is one of our partners, Food US. She moves volume of cassava flour and cassava starch into the US. The US market, like Nigerian cassava flour and Nigerian cassava starch. But we are competing with Thailand starch. That's the truth. We are competing with Thailand starch. But because the Thailandese are able to land it cheaper than the Nigerian companies, they tend to take a more bigger share of that market than Nigeria. That's a fact. And that takes me back to the fact that our cassava is more expensive than that of Thailand. So they are able to produce and land the product at a cheaper rate. But for some reason, there's a peculiarity with our starch and our flour. It fits so well in some formulation as compared to Indonesia and China. And Thailand. So yes, they are doing more in terms of exports to other countries, but Nigeria is beginning to move into the US. We are beginning to move into South Africa. We are beginning to move into UK gradually. And I think we will do more if we are able to get the cost of cassava cheaper. Then we'll be able to do more and be able to compete. There's nothing stopping us from competing with these countries. Nothing. We are the biggest producer. We eat a lot of it, and trust me, a lot rots as well.
Now, I'll take you up on that statement. What are you looking at as a way out? What role does the government play in all of this, in ensuring that Nigeria fully maximizes its cassava potential? Are there some specific policies or interventions that you think would make a real difference?
I believe that Nigeria cassava industry has come to stay, and the federal government should realize that. we need to treat it as a cash crop and not as a food crop. It's both a cash crop and a food crop.
Yeah.
When we get that sorted, government should put protection around the factories that are producing, that are using cassava as their raw material. Like I just mentioned, I was in Thailand, Indonesia for 2 weeks. There's strong system protection for the Thailandese companies using cassava for different things. Serious protection. They support them, tax waivers, there's, a whole lot. Organization, even the government control the price for the farmers. So farmers are not cheated. Manufacturers are also well structured. They also get a lot of rebates. I think we need protection. We can't have zero duty for cassava starch when we have 72 cassava factories in Nigeria. And that's not fair, because basically these companies will die. We will not be able to compete with zero duty, and yet, it's just not possible. So we need government to please remove the zero duty, get it back, let them have duty, so that the companies in Nigeria, the 72 processing factories, will be able to compete, will be able to survive. In total, we should be employing in the range of about 10,000 Nigerian youths in these factories. We presently have about 15 methanol factories, about 20 starch factories, more than 50 cassava flour factories. Not to even talk of staple food like fufu and gari that are structured factories that are exporting. But if we continue to have products coming in, similar products, cornstarch coming into Nigeria at a cheaper rate, then we will not be able to produce. And let me quickly let us know the implication. If we are not producing, it means that the cassava farmers cannot sell to us. And it means that once fufu and gari is fully produced, the remaining cassava, if we are not buying it, it will rot, farmers will leave the farm. Poverty continues to increase. But if we are all buying and we are able to sell, farmers will be able to sell. They will sell at good price. They are happy. More people will be able to enter into the cassava industry, and we continue to grow the economy.
I was going to ask a question in relation to that, about the private sector and the role of the private sector in all of this. I wanted to ask that from your perspective, being in the industry for this many years, do you see companies and investors doing enough to improve this value chain that we're talking about? Or what is expected?
The truth of the matter is, the truth of the matter is there's a lot being done in the last 5 years. And I will give it to international agencies that are supporting the cassava value chain. We have AGRA, we have IDH, we have MasterCard, we have 2Scale. They are all doing a lot in helping farmers increase yield, in helping farmers know the new agronomic practices. A lot is being done. The private sector, we have organizations like Large Scale Cassava and the Derivative Association of Nigeria. We have ISAN, we have Cassava Growers Association. We are all pushing for the industry to take its place globally. So there's a whole lot of energy put into the cassava space now. And what we need is government to recognize this and just help us lift it up. Help us with policies that will help us to do better, so that the number of millions of cassava farmers that have been engaged, that have been supported, that have been funded, will be able to sell and pay back, and then if the industry become robust, both for food and as industry. For food, cassava is available for food, but we don't have enough for industry yet.
Yes.
So most industries are still struggling within 30 and 50%, struggling with that. So you see there's a little gap. We need to do more so that we can have it both as food and as industry. That way, it becomes both a food and a cash crop at the same time.
Well, that was very insightful. Thank you very much, Yemisi. Yemisi Iranloye is the CEO of Southtree International Limited. Well, that is all we can take for today. Don't go anywhere. This is the BDTV. I am Bethel Olujabi. Keep watching.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hello, this is Bodi Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
This is the Craftsmanship Chronicle series on Go Local, and on this episode, our focus is on wood, trees in our hood. Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. Now, Go Local is a podcast where we delve deeply and explore our nation's local uniqueness. Go local, buy local, and together we stay global. As we get into it, do also grab a cup of your favorite drink and a snack you would love to munch on. Oh, and make sure to make it a Nigerian snack and get ready for an amazing ride. Since humans first realized they could make use of the materials they found in the vicinity, wood has been used and altered by us. People eventually learned about the special qualities of wood as they utilized it to satisfy a wide range of human requirements in peace and conflict, farming, and industry. Throughout history, trees and their wood have been essential to human existence. Since ancient times, wood has been one of our most vital building elements, used for construction as well as for production of tools, weapons, and furniture. Wood has historically played a key role in a lot of areas, and we Nigerians are part of that history. For this episode, I went to the Itamaga sawmill in the Ikorodu area of Lagos State, where I was able to speak with the General Secretary of the sawmill.
My name is Alhaji Kabiru Adegboyega Ibrahim, and this is Sogidowo sawmill Itamaga. So I'm the secretary to the association, General Secretary to the association, Sogidowo Plant Marketers Association of Nigeria.
Here in Nigeria and around the world, we have several uses of wood, such as agricultural purposes, for making musical instruments, for carving religious figurines, to create household furniture, for casket production, for fortification, as well as for source of energy supply, for example, our firewood and general logs for fireplaces. The wood production in Nigeria has specific process, and I will leave the explaining for the experts.
The woods normally come in 2x6. That is for roofing. So when they buy to the, like the ones you are looking there now, and it's 2x6. So when they bring it here, if you want to saw it, you saw into 2x4, 2x3, 2x2. Those are the roofing planks. So we saw it to those sizes if you need it for roofing. So we take it from the shed down to the machine side. So we saw it there. If it is roofing, so it's all 2x4, 2x3, 2x2. So for facing board, that one is 1x12, 1x12x12. So now like the one that they are putting down there, so that is 1x12x12 for facing board. So after you roof to facing board, so you cover breeze or whatever. So that's what they use that one for. So to seal the roof with the ceiling. So that's what they use it for.
Just like other industries, the wood industry sure has its challenges.
The challenges we usually face is the problem of this marine police or guard or whatever. You know, they are extorting us too much. You know, Nigeria, that's Nigeria system, corruption. After we will have saw wood, process it, take the license, but they usually collect approval for wood, any wood cut. After that, if you pass through the water, if this marine police or whatever see you, they will still collect money as if you never collect any paper. So that's the Nigerian problem. So we face many challenges, yeah. At the same time, after they are coming from the river, the canoe bash, those the trucks that are coming into the sawmill, those are the policemen on the road trying to collect something, collect money. Those are the challenges we have.
Vegetation of Nigeria can be broadly classified into two types, that is, forest and savanna. Now, according to Statista in 2021, Nigeria exported forest products amounting to nearly 109.7 million US dollars. Most of these products were roundwood and sawnwood, amounting to roughly 52.4 million and 8.1 million US dollars, respectively. Other main exported forest products included paper and paperboard.
The wood always come from Bayelsa State, Ondo State, Edo State, and from Oyo as well. But the one coming from Oyo, that's 1 by 12 by 12, and at times 2 by 12. But 2 by 6 wood for roofing normally come from Bayelsa, Edo State, Ondo State, and at the same time from Ogun State, Ogun Water side. The customer you have, if it is an old customer, you must have a relationship. He can call you on phone and place order. So you call transport for him. When you've concluded with him for the quotation of the wood, so if you help him process it, call transporter to transport it. So they will take it down to him. Or some do come inside to the market by themselves. So they will negotiate price, buy the wood, call a motor to pack it. Because the transporters, they have their own association as well.
According to the United Nations, Nigeria has the highest deforestation rate in the world, with an estimated 3.7% of its forests lost every year.
That's what I'm saying, our problem here. And these forestry people that are supposed to be handled at Ministry of Agriculture. Wherever they cut timber, supposed to plant it back immediately. They don't do that. In a question of say 5 to 10 years now, there will be the issue of a wood scarcity. Those places that I'm talking the other time, Bayelsa, Edo, whatever. If you want to get wood now, it's very, very far to the upland, to the river itself, to the swamp itself, too far. That's why the wood is very hot now.
This is a call to action to the Department of Forestry, Federal Ministry of Environment. We in Nigeria are losing our trees and we need a solution to this loss. When one tree is cut down, I believe 10 more should be planted in its stead. Wood in Nigeria plays a very vital role, and leaving our forests to chance of the trees growing on their own accord is very risky. We need to be more intentional about our forests, and yes, also the trees in our hood. If you've ever wondered where you can get wood from, well, look no further. The sawmill at Itamaga area of Ikorodu in Lagos is right there for you. Now, if you happen to be a lover of DIYs, or you're a professional woodcarver, an artist that uses wood for their craft, or one who uses wood in their everyday life, for example, writers, well, always remember, wood is good, but we need more trees in our hood. Plant a tree today, save our environment.
The
good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get very for Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Nigeria's strides in board diversity is at approximately 30% female representation among top companies, and that demonstrates the impact of collective effort. It can be done. So with intentionality, we can replicate this across all sectors and all levels. Please let us continue to champion gender equality and women's empowerment for national and global prosperity.
Just like the keynote speaker, Funke Opeke, said today, that when you start on a journey, you never really know where it's going to take you to. Yeah, so you have an idea. We had a plan. We're very intentional. There was clarity around the vision, clarity around our model, and we took it in stages. And as we've gone along, new ideas have come in from the advisory board members, from all the volunteers that have come in. The important thing is that the core principle is, in line with the vision, is to develop women to build a better nation. And we're focused on building leadership capacity through structured mentorship, and also the advocacy part of our work to try and ensure that the right policies, the right laws are promulgated, and that where policies and guidelines already exist, that they're reviewed if they're not fit for purpose, to ensure that every human being, male and female, has an equal opportunity to actualize themselves and to, achieve their aspirations. So what I'd like them to take away is that, first of all, it's a mentoring book. It's a reference point. It's a guide. What we've done here as Whisker is to chronicle, the path that we have trodden in terms of mentorship for the last 16 years. So it's very, very rich in terms of evidence-based, in terms of, a track record of a model and a methodology that actually works. So we're hoping that, everybody will pick up a copy of this book, try and get access to it, either physically from the Whisker office or online, because we're going to make sure it's available online on Amazon. And through this process, appreciate the importance of having a mentor, having a role model, having a sponsor, building relationships, and all the things that we teach, in the Whisker School of Excellence. It's a talent development solution. It's a leadership development toolkit. It's a guide for training your staff. So I think in every secondary school, in every university, in every office, if you're looking for how you can better manage your talent, not just your female talent, your female and your male talent, then this is a book that can really help you. And you try to fix the price at a level that we think, is affordable and accessible to everyone, because what we're trying to do through this book is to democratize mentorship, because we feel that mentorship is so important.
Meetings at 1 a.m. Now, women who are married or in committed relationships and things like that find it difficult to attend 1 a.m. meetings. And these are where decisions are taken, far-reaching decisions. You say, oh no, everyone's working during the day, we can only meet after midnight. No. You have to make sure that we change the culture of politics, to suit women as well.
Thank you. It's important for structures such as I spoke about the passing of the bills, the gender bills in front of the National Assembly. This gender bills encourages the 35% affirmation bill, which we have signed in Kwara State, to make sure that there's 35% and women at least, to also make sure that women have special seats, so that certain seats, go to women, to make sure that women's have, because currently women's spouses who have foreign spouses cannot get Nigerian citizenship. Yeah. This is not the case for men. Men who have foreign partners, their spouses get citizenship. Yeah. So that would also, encourage women in this regard if all these gender bills are passed. Apart from these gender bills, that takes us to the table. I talked about the culture of politics, making sure that the culture is friendly to women. Yeah. It's very important not to have meetings at 1 a.m. in the morning. Yeah. It's very important to make sure that women are informed of these meetings, giving adequate preparation, and made to, take one step further, are able to use their voices. Now, for what we've done in Kwara State, we, encourage that more states do that, and we have seen more states also do that. I told you we have the youngest female House of Assembly member in our state. And this is fostering a young woman to use her voice. And we have 5 women in the House of Assembly. Other states like Ekiti State have 6 women. We have states like Ogun, Ebonyi, and other states that have women deputy governors, and so many other states. So at the subnational level, we are seeing that increase going on. So at the federal level, that's why we encourage by the gender bills being passed. Now we get women at the table. We want them to be able to stay at the table. So the mentorship and sponsorship is important, because for a woman to go into politics is very expensive. So we need to foster ways in which to be able to sponsor them, to keep them in there, and to make sure that once they are there representing us, they can use their voices. So these are, some of the structures that we have. We want organizations to sponsor women to come forward, pick a particular woman and be able to sponsor her through so she can get through. We're already seeing the changes by the changes in law. We need laws to be changed, and the changes are coming in law. Then we need to change the norms, and culture. Yeah. So I talked about transforming norms. We had a conference in Abuja where we invited traditional rulers to come and talk to us about their role in transforming norms. In certain places, women can't do certain things. So the more we are able to mainstream that women can participate in certain things. And you see, we also need to shape perception. Men have to be made to see that women being transformed is not a threat to men. Yeah. Because currently you have one hand tied behind your back. Almost 50% of the population is not getting the fair chances that they need. So the society is not at its utmost best. But men should understand that promoting women means that the society is better even for them. It's not a threat to them. So these are some of the things that we can deploy to make sure that women stay in power. Well, I'd just like to say that they should keep their dream alive. I decided around the age of 6, I told my dad I wanted to follow him. I wanted to go into the foreign service, and I kept that up. So believe in yourself and believe in your dreams. And then we encourage people now to have several streams of employment. In Kwara, I teach women skills acquisition programs, makeup and makeover, confectionery, sewing, tailoring, design, smelting, all kinds of things, drone technology for farming. We want women to go into farming, and do all these things. So have a separate stream of income as well, to support yourself. And the sky is just the beginning. You will get there. So just believe in yourself, have mentors, have sponsors, and have a separate stream of income, and just stick to your dream. Don't get discouraged.
We had about 77% of girls, upon starting our program, felt that STEM are careers for men. And this is in today's world, and you're wondering how. But then you start to see that with mentorship, with exposure to training, and then they start to build that confidence. And they think, you know what, I can do this. So you are demystifying what seems to be very complicated and complex.
So WTech runs training programs, mentorship programs, and also research Our training programs include after-school clubs in Lagos, Kwara State, and Ondo State. And then also we have the STEM residential camp for teenage girls, so girls in secondary school. And then we also have a mentorship program. So once the girls have decided that they want to pursue STEM, we match them with mentors so that they are guided along their career path. Okay, so I would say find your why, find what it is that interests you, because STEM is very broad. You need to find the area that aligns with your area of interest, whether it's helping people stay healthy, whether it's helping people to be productive, save time, whether it's financial management. So find your why, find what interests you, and then research and find like the different career options. Once you have identified possible areas, find people that you can speak to, whether people in person or online. There are so many resources online. And then once you are there, then of course the training never stops. So make sure that you keep learning and learning so that you can stay relevant in the field.
I've had about 3-4 male CEOs who were able to identify the value in me and decided to sponsor me through the organizations that I worked for. And so as I moved across the ladder, these men and the he for she's in our lives, I think really deserve a lot of they need to be acknowledged significantly because they've also played that role for a number of us. So the sponsors that I've had propelled me and what the role of a sponsor is, to speak for you in the room where you're not in. So a number of times they have been able to do that for me. And I hope that I'm also doing that now for the women and men that work with me.
There are many opportunities for business women. You know where interest rates are in Nigeria today at very high levels beyond 30%. Through the Bank of Industry, we, FSDH, and a number of other Nigerian institutions have been able to access cheap funding for female entrepreneurs that are running successful businesses. So interest rates that are close to not single digits, but early double digits, and is available to structured businesses who want to scale their businesses. So that's one scheme that is available. We in FSDH, we also have beyond financing solutions, we have non-financial solutions for women. So because we realize that beyond money, beyond funding, there are other things that business entrepreneurs require. So we provide mentorship programs, we provide training, we have tie-ups and alliances with some institutions that help to train women and help them be successful in their businesses. We also attach them to mentors in their fields that help them scale their business, help them better understand what they should be doing and looking out for in business. For women starting off in their career, I would say that identify where your strength is, identify what you love to do in that space. Banking, finance was my own love, really, and it was one area that I knew that I wanted to know more about. Second thing, be a subject matter expert in anything you choose to be. Because you're a woman doesn't mean you're going to be pushed up, and we need to get away from that. You have to be a knowledgeable woman, a subject matter expert in your field for you to expect to be elevated. And so do your best, know your work, and be consistent. Do not give up. We're talking about grit today, which is the strength of character. Be consistent. Make sure you do not give up. There will be challenges along the line, but challenges do not define you. Challenges actually help you to scale. So embrace those challenges and you'll be amazed at what comes out of you. And I wish you all the best, and I look out to hear success stories for all the women around.
One of my key takeaways, I would say, is from the keynote speaker, CEO of Main One, Funke Opeke. I heard her story, and I have to say this is the first time I'm actually hearing her story. And when the facilitator was introducing her, right, and she talked about the fact that she eats nose, as cereal for breakfast. Yeah. I was like, okay, let me see that. And then she came on, and I have to say that her story is a testament to the theme of this conference, which is resilience. When she was speaking, I kept on just trying to put myself in that situation and wondering what my response would be, at every stopgap, at every issue that came up. And one thing I have taken away is just never take no for an answer. Always see no as an opportunity. And that's one thing I am glad to say that I'm also going to distill into the community she ventures. Just never take no for an answer. One thing she also said that really struck me is
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome to the BDTV News Update. I am Bethel Olujobi, and this is what's making headlines. UBA crosses 1 trillion naira net interest income on rate hike. Nigeria records new diphtheria cases as outbreak continues. INEC suspends Natasha Akpoti recall petition. Russia and Ukraine agree Black Sea ceasefire. Super Eagles 2026 World Cup hopes dented after draw with Zimbabwe. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the United Bank of Africa, UBA, has crossed 1 trillion naira in its net interest income, signifying its highest in 13 years on rate hikes. The bank's audited financial result for December 2024, filed with the Nigerian Exchange Limited on Monday, revealed that the interest income rose to 2.3 trillion naira, a 114.9% rise from 1.03 trillion naira. According to the report, the bank's interest expense also surged by 128% to 839.2 billion naira from 367.8 billion naira, driven by the high interest rate environment. UBA's Executive Director of Finance and Risk Management, Ugo Nwagodo, says the bank recorded triple-digit growth in net interest income, resulting in improvement in net interest margin from 6.83% in 2023 to 9.02%. Moving on, Nigeria has continued to record new diphtheria cases after the outbreak spread across the country. Revealing the alarming details to our correspondent, a nurse at Navy Town Hospital, Satellite Town, Lagos, identified as Ada, revealed that the Navy Town Hospital had recorded 2 cases of diphtheria involving a 9-year-old child and an adult, both of whom survived but had a severe case. To increase awareness, Ada recommended health education and public awareness initiatives on social media platforms, hospitals, and schools, while emphasizing the need to isolate infected persons immediately. Since epidemiological week of 19 of 2022, Nigeria has recorded 42,805 suspected diphtheria cases across 351 local government areas in 36 states, including the Federal Capital Territory, FCT. The confirmed cases have been reported in 187 local government areas across 26 states, with Kano, Bauchi, Yobe, Katsina, and Borno accounting for the highest number of cases. Still on, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has temporarily halted the recall petition against Senator Natasha Akpoti due to insufficient contact information provided by the petitioners. According to INEC, the petitioners only supplied the lead petitioner's phone number and an incomplete address, which does not meet the requirements. The Commission revealed that the petition, which collected 474,554 signatures from 902 polling units, will remain on hold until the petitioners provide the necessary contact details, urging the public to disregard speculative reports circulating on social media. To end the local news, Nigeria's debt payment has rose to a 4-year high of $4.65 billion at the end of 2024, reflecting the federal government's continued reliance on borrowing. Data from the Central Bank of Nigeria showed that the country spent $4.65 billion servicing its debt in 2024, representing a 32.9% year-on-year increase compared to the $3.5 billion spent in 2023. According to reports, the government spent way more money in debt servicing within the past 5 years in 2020, when repayments stood at $5.8 billion. Head of Financial Institution Ratings at Agusto & Co. Ayokunle Olubomi revealed that the increased repayments in 2024 reflected increased borrowing during the same period. On the foreign scene, Russia and Ukraine have agreed to halt military strikes on vessels in the Black Sea and pause attacks on energy infrastructure. The United States announced this on Tuesday after talks with both sides in Saudi Arabia. According to White House, Moscow and Kyiv had separately agreed to terms to ensure safe navigation, eliminating the use of force and preventing the use of commercial vessels for the military purposes in the Black Sea. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says the agreement was effective immediately, while Moscow revealed that it would only take effect once certain sections were lifted, including those targeting its state-owned agricultural bank. Also, a Sudanese war monitor has accused the military of killing hundreds of people in an airstrike on a market in the country's western Darfur region. The Emergency Lawyers Group, which documents abuses by both sides in Sudan's civil war, has erupted in April 2023, describing the bombing of Tura market as a horrific massacre that had left hundreds injured. A military spokesperson has, however, denied targeting civilians, saying it only attacked legitimate hostile targets. Meanwhile, both the Sudanese Armed Forces and RSF have repeatedly been accused of shelling civilian areas. Now to sports. Super Eagles have suffered a massive setback in their quest to qualify for next year's World Cup after being held to a 1-1 draw at home against Zimbabwe. Victor Osimhen's header seemed to secure vital points for the Super Eagles until Huddersfield Town striker Taranda Chirewa equalized for the visitors in the 90th minute. This result places Nigeria in 4th position in Group C of the CAF qualifying section, trailing 6 points behind leaders South Africa after 6 matches. With only the top team in each group guaranteed a spot in the finals for 2026, the upcoming game against Bafana in September will be crucial for Nigeria's chances. To end the news, Iran has secured their place in 2026 World Cup following a 2-2 home draw against Uzbekistan at Tehran's Azadi Stadium on Tuesday. Inter Milan striker Mehdi Taremi scored twice in the second half as Iran secured their place in the finals for a 4th consecutive time and 7th in total. Uzbekistan took the lead after Kojimat Ekinov scored in the 16th minute while Taremi leveled in the 52nd minute. The Iranian striker expressed happiness with the result but admitted his team had tactical problems after conceding twice. These are the top headlines from the BDTV News Update. I am Beth Olujabi. Up next is Social Listening. Do stay with us.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent
in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years. I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obejabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We can't pay for Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs. They bury me, my outfit at the ground for good 3 days. So this is what I'm ready for now. My name is Obina Okonkwo. People in this area always call me Okobanti. Based on what I do, I produce palm, sandal, both men and female. I'm not born like this. So when I was like 2 years old, when I got this accident, I sick. Then my mom took me to the hospital, but unfortunately, they gave me injection to the wrong side. Instead of to give me at the normal place, give me at my bone. It now weak me. My mom cannot back me with one wrapper. He used 3 wrapper to back me. Because she said I cannot be able to sit down again. I only, you know. So she has to do everything possible to make sure that I'm okay. According to my mom, what she said, she took me to those people that do agbo. That's a native medicine. She said they bury me, my outfit at the ground for good 3 days. You know, then do some maintenance to make sure that I can be able to sit down. Because according to her, she said I cannot sit down. I don't, you know, because I'm weak all over. My mom tried everything possible to make sure that I'm okay. I don't like going back to my past because it do hurt me. Due to each time I go back on it, make me shed tears. But that one doesn't bring me down. I'm still pushing on. Based on, I believe that this is not the end of it. I still thank God that I'm alive and I'm still pushing forward. Sometimes I say, this boy cannot continue like this. No. Let me find one or two things and fix him. He asked me, boy, what would you like to learn? I say, radionic. And I said, no, Veronique cannot. I said, no, I want to learn cobbler. So, now fix me in one at a Babish market. There's one man they call Mr. Water. But now this man is late. May he rest in peace. That's my boss. He taught me on how to beat palm. I learned my work for good 4 years, but no money to continue on my own, to start on my own. My boss said, okay, boy, and if I do your business with me, if you can sample your goods in my show glass, then anything, if customer come, if they choose your own, fine, they choose my own fast. So my boss is the only person that helped me that period for good 4 or 5 years. I'm married with a wife with 4 kids. This is what I'm doing. This is what I'm doing to feed them, to take care of, even pay their school fees. I know it's not really easy, but I don't have to give up. I said, I have to put myself together. I don't even look down on my condition that I'm on wheelchair. As you can see now from here, from here now, I can get to mainland. I will just go to bus stop, take a box, they'll carry me to mainland, where I do buy my materials. I don't have to give up to myself. You know, I know I'm a man. And I'm not seeing myself on this wheelchair. I don't look down myself. I believe that any woman that will come for me like this, she will take me where I am. And that's my wife. Our former president say the youth are lazy. Me, I say no, the youth are not lazy, no. If they can come outside and walk around the street, they will see people like me say, no, this bros, man, you're not lazy. I'm not lazy. If I'm lazy, my woman will not accept me. My dad do everything possible to take good care of us. So when I lost him, I have no option. And I have to buckle myself and engage my hustle. Because this is what I'm doing. Not for the time. So I said, no, I rather stick onto it. And this hustle as it pay my house rent, my baby school fees, and then feeding. If market goes well, I can make like normally 6 to 7K. And if it's like a month end, when people have got a salary, I can make like 16 to 17K. That month end, but if per day, 7K, 6K. And due to the expensive, and I have to save to buy more materials. Normally, if I do just to build, it can be like 7 PS or 6 PS by day. If I do repairing, and I can be like 3 PS. 1 pair of shoe here, it contains 4K. Depends on the sole. If you want normal foreign sole, it's 4.5. Normal Nigeria sole is 3.5. One guy came to me here, meet me. He said, bro, you know where your shoe don't reach? I said, no. He said, I travel to Dubai. The farm where I wear go, my friend carry him. Now I come back, close to my mom. I said, no, I must pick one again. And I said, bro, now God, he said, bro, where your palm reach, you go reach here pass. I say, amen. So I'm not feeling bad. I know if it is God, I'm not looking at myself. I don't say it is God. I just have to that way. Because if I do pardon, I didn't wait. God, no, I do. I know, just in fact, it is God. Just on God. So this is what I'm looking for now. So I'm simply forward for a better place. They asked us to leave. And they even give us they give us now till this December, everybody should leave. Where are you for? Although you don't need to liquor, but water used to come out from ground. From ground. Even as you can see through the passage, you will do that water you do enter. If rain fall heavy now, all this passage will flood you. All this even me say, but I don't have any option. And that my friend will back me in. Yes, they do back me in. Because I can't crawl inside that water. They have to back me. Then early morning, I will call them, they will come and pick me out again. Normally, people do show me love. But you know, like I say, I'm not begging. Because I believe that why would I beg? If you give me 100 naira or 50 naira, now I cannot stop anything now. Because I believe if I walk, people come, patronize me. Give me like 4, 5, 4K. I know I can be able to meet up for the day. But 50 naira, 100 naira, no. This one cannot even help you anyway. So that's why I believe in. I believe in my hustle. Say, look at it be my hustle will pay me.
My name is Sarah Okonkwo. Was in the business already before I saw him. I love him. That's why I married him.
It been this area roughly 2004. I've been here, so people know me, both small and big. People know me. And the time for a month now, like this period now, so we just come, they will buy us like 1 dozen, 12 pieces, so can't travel. So we still come say, bros, I beg, check for me, I'm going to sell. I will let them bring the price down. If I give them 4-5, I will give them 3-5. 3-5. They actually, if they eat 1K on 5, you know bad. So on me, business they buy bunch, man. I don't go to film. So if I get like 1K on each palm I sell, I'm okay. Because the reason why I'm doing because I'm not paying for shop. But if I pay for shop, I will add money. I will sell it normally the way people other are selling it. My name is Obina Okonkwo, and people do call me Okobanti. Based on the way I'm doing my own thing, and then people say, upon this man on a wheelchair, still doing something, how much more them? Then they are okay. So my daily activity low, he encourage them. He say, if this man on a wheelchair can do something like this, how much more we can do more better than him? So that's why that name come out, that Kokobanti.
watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the social listening segment of the BDTV Breakfast Show, where we explore top trends across social media. I am Norma Obona, and to join me in this interesting conversation this morning is our in-house analyst, Mr. Obidike Okafor. Welcome to the show, Mr. Obidike.
Good morning. Thank you for welcoming to the show. Thank you. Good morning.
I hope you're having a very wonderful day, because usually we used to have you here in person.
Yes.
Okay, let's get straight into the conversation. Today we're starting off with a worrisome trend from the Nigerian Senate House, where a heated exchange occurred between Senator Onyekachi Nwaebonyi, representing Ebonyi North, and former Minister of Education Obi Ezekwesili on Tuesday during a Senate Committee on Ethics, Code of Conduct and Public Petitions hearing. To give you a context, the session was convened to address a petition from Senator Natasha Akpoti-Idoahan concerning sexual harassment allegations against Senate President Godswill Akpabio. The altercation began when Zubaru Yakubu, the petitioner, attempted to speak while Committee Chairman Neda Imaseun was addressing the Yakubu. He was instructed to mute his microphone according to Parliament rule, prompting Ezekwesili to intervene. Senator Nwaebonyi then interjected, leading Ezekwesili to advise him to compose himself and stop making noise. This remark elicited a strong reaction from Nwaebonyi, who called her a fool, as she responded by calling Nwaebonyi a hooligan, further escalating the confrontation. Mr. Obidike, what do you have to say about this entire fiasco?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so personally, I think one of the biggest problems that we have in such sensitive situations is that the average Nigerian doesn't know how to handle such sensitive matters, and it's so unfortunate that people in leadership positions are the worst for it. When it comes to accusations of sexual harassment and all of that, Nigerians don't know how to address such issues from the bottom level up, from when you go to a family court, when you go to a home, when there are allegations of sexual harassment. Most of the time you see there's always a clash of interests, there's always escalate, but nobody's really addressing the issue, nobody's really solving the matter or trying to address what is on ground. Our case in point, the whole Natasha Dogan issue. Nobody's really addressing the issue. She said that the Senate President did something. The Senate President, with the help of other members, kind of shut it down, suspended her, and all of that. I think that most of the time when things like that come around, Nigerians always find a way of sweeping it under the carpet or finding a way of not addressing the real issue. And that is a big problem, and it will continue to be a problem because unfortunately you have leaders who treat the matter in the same light. This thing is not supposed to lead to a shouting match. It's something that we should address as adults and find preferred solutions to make sure things like this do not happen again, and then find where the holes are, where the issues are, or where the problems are, and then sit down and analyze them, and then come up with sensible, reasonable solutions to address them. But like I said, everything is nice, like a circus. Natasha is in the UK talking her own side. Akpabio has refused to address the issue. The senators are making a mess of it. And it will just continue like that. At the end of the day, you just see the matter will just die down. And then the irony of this, the victim ends up being more victimized.
Yes.
In the case of Dragan, right now, they've somehow been able to send this thing to recall her back. And I'm like, how does that make sense? Somebody is complaining about something, and all you're doing is trying to open the ground and bury her inside. Doesn't make any sense. And unfortunately, the country we live in, and until something is done about it, we just keep going we just be going round and round in this circle, in this vicious circle.
What do you think we can do about this case? Because as it is, if someone as powerful as these two women are being insulted and also being silenced in their high positions, what kind of message is this passing down to other people, other women especially, who do not have their level of influence in the society?
It's discouraging. It's very discouraging, because in their mind they'll be like, these women have power, but see how they are treating them. Me that don't even have power, that are not as powerful as these women, what happens to me?
Exactly.
I think this is a case where we need to really, sit down and address this matter seriously, even if it means we have to get outside voices, international voices, because for some strange reasons we listen to foreign voices more than we listen to our own voices. Maybe if foreign voices interfere, we have a sit down, maybe, and then have this, because it's important to have this question. Sexual harassment is like everyday thing. If you look at the news, there are a lot of cases of rape and molestation everywhere. If you check the news, everywhere.
Yes.
And nobody's addressing it. They just throw the person in jail, arrest the person and all of that, but they are not addressing the matter by its root. Sexual harassment, that's how it starts. It starts from sexual harassment and then escalates to something else. So these are things that really need to be addressed, even if we need to have another Beijing, that women's Beijing conference that they had, where all women from all over the world gathered and they discussed matters around women. And from there was some light and some changes happened. If we need to address those issues and find ways of drawing people together, even from the international, from the other side of the world, so that we can let's address it. Because if you leave it in the hand of these politicians, all the other people, we'll just be going round and around in circles. I'm sorry to say this. I in my mind, I'm hoping this ends well, but at the end of the day, they just put it under the carpet and life will go on. And the victim will still stay where she is in the dark without help. Right now, she has refused to stay down and she has tried to go outside to look for help and all of that. But I wish her well. I pray everything ends well, but the country we live in just a mess, unfortunately.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to be moving on to the next story, which is that the governor of Abia State, Alex Oti, over the weekend apologized to the students of the Abia State University, Uturu, also known as ABSU, over the deplorable state of facilities at the institution. He was confronted with the decay in the state-owned Ivory Tower during an unscheduled visit to the institution after attending church service at the Assemblies of God Church, Item Street, Umuahia. Oti, who expressed utter shock at what he saw during the on-spot assessment of ABSU, promised quick action, assuring the students that he would fix the institution and halt the decay. Although ABSU did not degenerate to its current deplorable condition under his present Abia government, Oti acknowledged that government is a continuum, hence his apology on behalf of the government. Okay, Mr. BDK, this particular story is very, I'm very passionate about it because I had two cousins who attended ABSU and the state of the hostel was really, really terrible. And I don't know if you know someone there or if you've been around there, but this is not, I don't think that this is just a case that, affects only ABSU, but also other universities and state-owned universities, especially in Nigeria. What do you have to say?
Well, to be honest, the university system, especially when it comes to facilities and infrastructure, one of the biggest problems has always been maintenance. Maintenance culture sucks in this country, and the universities are not left out. So when it comes to state universities, it's the job of the governor to always be aware of everything that is happening, especially education is key for any state to go far. Education is key. So if your eye is not on your educational institutions, it's a problem. So I'm happy. Alex Oti is a governor that I have a soft spot for. He has really put his best foot forward to a great extent in Abia State.
Yes.
So I am positive that he will actually make some positive steps. I'm hoping he does. I'm hoping he hasn't begun to get carried away by, the power and all of that. I'm hoping that he really improves the living conditions of students, and the state will be the better for it. Because Abia State is the state known for, high productivity and, producing a lot of entrepreneurs and all of that. So that will really help.
Yes, definitely. And I also hope that other governors copy, his footsteps, because if you go across Nigeria, you see that most of the institutions have really, really terrible places for their students to stay in, to go to classes in, and some of the conditions are really bad that some students get really stressed and can't complete their academic pursuits successfully. And I hope that other governors really follow suit and visit their universities unannounced, because sometimes I feel like when you tell them that you're coming to the school, then they're going to be able to cover up some things, paint some walls that are cracked and repair some wardrobes that are already broken. But I think it was really good that he gave that surprise visit. Okay, Mr. PDK, please, what do you have to say to other governors? Because I don't want it to be that I'm the only one saying it. So since I'm from Abia State also, and I'm really proud of him.
Okay, what I want to say, I don't have anything to say to them. All I can say is that building your state is important. Education is key. Always being aware of how the state of the facilities of the educational institutions in that state is important, and finding ways of improving them and making things better. Because at the end of the day, it's education that will unlock the future for a better Nigeria.
Definitely. And let's say this is a call to action to other governors and even other stakeholders in universities to go around and check, because some of the school hostels are really, really unconducive for students to study in. Okay, sure. So this is where we're going to bring it to a wrap for today's social listening, and I want to say thank you to Mr. OBDK for this insightful conversation. It's always a pleasure having you here.
Thank you.
Also, thank you to my viewers, and I'll be calling it a day here. I am Norma Bona. Keep watching PDTV.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Hi there, this is the Business Day exclusive with Elizabeth Musa. Today I'm seated with the production team of Iwaju, the highly talked about Afrocentric animation series produced by Disney Channel in collaboration with Kugali. Very lovely to meet you, gentlemen.
Actually, kind of cute.
So Iwaju is a series that, of course, portrays a futuristic Lagos. Can you tell us about what this futuristic Lagos is? What does it depict?
Iwaju depicts what Lagos might look like in the future, and we wanted to ensure that we were not just throwing science fiction elements around and slapping them onto Lagos, but we were trying to imagine if all the features, the main features of Lagos as we know it today, if they continue for the next 100 years or so, what would that look like? So we didn't take out anything that people know Lagos for. People know Lagos for traffic, people know Lagos for erratic power supply, people know Lagos for audacity, all those things, we made sure we kept them. We just exaggerated them by saying this is 100 years later. Things have gotten even worse in this direction. So I'll give a few examples. Lagos is overpopulated, largest city in Africa by population. If people keep coming into Lagos for the next 100 years, it's going to be even more overpopulated than it is now. So we designed the mainland in Iwaju to have these huge towers that can house many people, because the mainland would take most of the population, seeing as most people won't be able to afford to stay on the island. And when we designed these towers, we made it look like, you know how in Lagos, you see a bus and you know that this thing should not still be moving, it should not be walking, but somehow they forced it to still be, it's a moving corpse maybe, because it's like, well, how come this thing still works? They patched it together. So imagine they build these towers and the first like 10 floors of the towers are just containers, shipping containers, because Lagos is a port city. And they've slapped these containers together to form a building. But then after that bottom area, the higher up you go, the more the building turns into an actual nice building, because the richest people stay at the top. Just little things like that. We also thought science fiction usually has flying cars. And we don't want to put flying cars in Iwaju, because if the cars are flying, there will be no more traffic. But then we had an idea. What if only the richest people could afford the flying cars, so everybody else is still in traffic? So then we're able to show the traffic of Lagos and also show the wealth disparity because the richest people can afford to fly over the traffic.
Tola! Oh yeah, sorry. Okay, it's enough, thank you.
Okay, so Ziki and I are childhood friends. We met when I was 11 and Ziki was 9 in our first year in secondary school. And we connected because of our love for comic books, animation, and video games. And we've stayed friends ever since. So by the time we were in our early 20s, and Ziki had relocated to the UK, but we're still in touch with each other. We just talking about animation and such things, we realized that, wait, we grew up watching these things from the US and Japan. Is anybody in Africa creating something like what we enjoy consuming? So we set out on a mission to discover the best African visual storytellers. And we started a podcast to help the rest of the world discover these creators. So we were talking about comic books, animation, video games on our podcast. After about a year and a half of podcasting, we had reached the point where we could transition into publishing. So not just promoting these creators, but empowering them to get their stories out there. We started with what we call the Kugali magazine, a short collection of comic books from different African countries.
Issue 0 before the magazine.
Kugali magazine issue 0, because we were not sure if there would ever be an issue 1. Issue 0 was 40 pages, black and white. We printed it with money from our pockets. But then as we kept pushing, we were able to go further and get to the point where we had the Kugali anthology. By this time, Hamid had discovered us because we had a similar vision that aligned with ours, and I'll let him talk about how that played out.
Yeah, so from my end, my story was slightly different in that I reached out to Tolu and Zeki. I think I found them from the podcasting, and then when I joined in, it was just before the launch of Issue 0, because I remember we did the launch in London very much. And I remember during that launch, it was a very eye-opening experience, because at that time, I was still looking at Kugali as something I was doing on the side, in that it was something I was doing for Africa on the side, because my main job there was working in, I thought it was in Hollywood, so I was working in films and so on. And I thought, okay, I'm comfortable here. And then there were 2 hits. The first hit was when we launched the Issue 0 one, which I don't know if Ziki told you this. I kept on, I was like, what is this? Why are we launching this? Because I saw some of the artwork. Some of the artwork was done in color, but we actually printed it out in black and white, and the color version just looked better. It's just a budget issue. But people were excited about the black and white, like tiny book version, which did not look good. And it was that thing, that was one of the first moments where like, okay, there's something, if people are excited of this, they are really starving for something. If this thing, which I didn't think was, the quality was good enough, if this is capturing people's attention, what if we do something of high quality? So that's around the time I joined up with Tolu and Ziki, and then we registered Kugali as a company from there. So I came from the film world, and I wanted to do something for back home. That was, I reached out to a few creators, because I believe in working with other people versus trying to do something by yourself. And that's how I discovered Tolu and Ziki, and the rest is history.
So back in 2021, you, Tolu, had mentioned that Iwaju will be out in 2023, but here we are in 2024, it's finally out. Can you give us maybe a bit of a background about why it took this long, or why you had to delay till 2024?
We were done with production in June 2023, and we were just waiting for a release date like everyone else. We don't know all the factors that come into play when the leadership at Disney Plus fixes their release dates, because even Disney Animation was waiting for Disney Plus to tell us the release date. Remember, these are actually 2 different.
Welcome to Lagos, Nigeria.
So I've seen some of the clips of the lead actors talking about Simin, Tola, Kole, and Bode. So what was the process of sourcing the cast of this animation like?
The casting process was a lot of fun, but it was also a lot of hard work. How it worked is Disney had their own casting agent who was liaising.
US stocks ended last week in positive territory as investors took in signals from the Federal Reserve, and Trump spoke of some flexibility when it comes to a reciprocal tariff plan set for April 2nd. The S&P 500 and Nasdaq, both of which entered correction territory in a downbeat kickoff to 2025, have now snapped 4-week losing streaks. On tariffs, analysts report that international car makers are rushing to ship vehicles and core components to the US ahead of the next round of higher duties. In response to requests, more than usual car-carrying vessels have been dispatched to Asia and Europe amid plans to carry thousands more vehicles to the US. And Transparency International has written against corruption in a letter to the UN climate change body UNFCCC and the Brazilian COP30 presidency. Hello, welcome to Global Business Insights, where we analyze the main business stories. Tesla shares have been plunging since mid-December after an all-time high fueled by optimism from the Republican election victory. All that has vanished as the stock retreated more than 50% since its December record. But the deep buying opportunity has opened the floodgates for a group of dedicated investors who strongly believe in the future of the company and Elon Musk's abilities. Johnson & Johnson is raising U.S. investments by 25% to more than $55 billion over the next 4 years as it plans 4 new plants, one of which would be set up in Wilson, North Carolina, where it officially broke ground recently. The threat of higher drug import duties is moving many companies to expand their domestic manufacturing operations. They are calling it an end of fiscal conservatism as Germany's upper house of parliament on Friday approved plans for a 500 billion euro fund to spend on infrastructure, and it eases strict borrowing rules to allow higher spending on defense. Meanwhile, in the UK, it could be political suicide for the Labour Party as it is reported to be mulling plans to cut benefits to vulnerable groups. Tougher eligibility for personal independence payments and incapacity benefits implies people who would have received £15,000 a year, excluding housing support, will instead receive about £5,400, a drop of 64%. Chancellor Reeves also said over the weekend, "I'm confident that we can reduce civil service numbers by 10,000. Reeves said during COVID there were big increases in the number of people who were working in the civil service. That was the right thing to do then, but it's not right anymore, and we just can't keep those numbers." This is as she orders a £2 billion Whitehall efficiency drive to help fill a hole in the public finances. Maybe they could borrow Elon Musk for a few months to help out. US investors and TikTok's owner, ByteDance, are working with software giant Oracle to assure the US administration that the viral video app is free of Chinese control. Under the plan, backers of ByteDance, including General Atlantic, will seek to acquire additional stakes in a spun-off TikTok US business. It's also reported that Oracle could also take a small holding in the business and secure the US app's data. Kenya's annual earnings from goods sold to key African countries fell for the first time in 6 years due to the competitiveness of the manufacturing sector in the continent and the strength of the Kenyan shilling. Traders earned 421.3 billion shillings in 2024 from 429.7 billion shillings, breaking a trend of sustained growth since 2019. Barely a week after an explosion rocked the Trans-Niger pipeline in Bodo-Gokana local government area of Rivers State, Nigeria, there was another explosion confirmed yesterday at the Soku oil facility in Akukutoru local government area. And in Nigeria, analysts are concerned that the economic consequences of a state of emergency declared in oil-producing Rivers State could mean a heavy toll on the nation's economy. The risk of another shutdown of vital oil production facilities, renewed pipeline sabotage, illegal oil bunkering, and militant activities could send the economy nosediving at a time when the economy is seeing a fragile recovery. Heightened concerns about security for investors in the region comes also at a cost that weighs on returns. The president had explained that the declaration was needed to restore stability and peace to the state, and he could not just fold his hands as the state degenerates further into an uncontrollable situation. Section 305 of Nigeria's 1999 constitution allows the president to intervene in cases of severe crisis, security threats, or governance failures under specific circumstances such as war or imminent danger of war, breakdown of public order and safety, natural disasters, or other public dangers. The implications include suspension of normal governance, restriction of normal rights such as freedom of movement, deployment of military and paramilitary forces to maintain law and order, businesses and economic activities disruptions, and negative perceptions and heightened public distrust and apathetic or even turned off investors. In the absence of investment and confidence, there is little or no innovation, only a steady stagnation. One, without being the expert on security hopes, we understand the full implications of these types of interventions and how they drain societies of hope. The shorter the period of this state of emergency, surely the better it has to be, as a combination of lower oil prices, inertia and lifting of oil production volumes are already headwinds to revival. Also at a time when Nigerians are seeking relief from pains associated with high inflation and borrowing costs. This development, which could further lead to tighter fiscal purse with lower oil revenues, could not have chosen a worse timing. Transparency International sent an open letter signed by over 250 groups, organizations, and influential bodies and individuals last week to the UN climate change body UNFCCC and the Brazilian COP30 presidency. The letter conveyed a broad coalition of global and national actors seeking urgent reforms to confront the corrupt influence of fossil fuel interests and other high-polluting industries on global climate negotiations. The letter warns that high-polluting actors are obstructing real solutions and ambitious action, prioritizing their own agendas over the urgent need for change. The letter asks for key measures to be implemented. 1, a conflict of interest policy to exclude fossil fuel and polluting industry lobbyists from state delegations. 2, transparency standards to ensure full public disclosure of all affiliations by COP participants and lobbyists. Revised host country agreements and COP presidency standards to end partnerships with polluting industries at COP30 and beyond. And then a reformed COP presidency selection process to ensure future hosts demonstrate real progress on climate action and human rights. The advocates of this move say there are examples already existing in the UN system, such as the World Health Organization Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, which excludes participation from the tobacco industry. And such examples justify excluding the fossil fuel industry and its lobbyists from climate discussions. Transparency International is presenting the need for improved climate governance, ensuring it is transparent, accountable, and free from corrupt influences, arguing that the next COP30 UN climate change conference in Brazil is a unique opportunity to reset global climate diplomacy and build a future where transparency, accountability, and integrity are at the heart of decision-making for climate action. Needless to say, the fossil fuel lobby headed by oil producers and their organizations have always insisted that they must be carried along and their analytics cannot be disregarded to avoid chaos in markets that can only lead to shocks. Other major interests like the new US administration just want cheap energy today, which means using all energy sources available in a way that minimizes costs to citizens and boosts their narrow economic interests. Poorer Africa and third world producers of energy with vast gaps in access to energy compared to Western developers only see a widening disadvantage without the needed technology transfer and major financial aid. Many African economies like Nigeria just beginning to celebrate not having to import refined petrol will definitely balk at being told now to import electric batteries. So who wants faster climate action, perhaps apart from a wealthier Europe and the Chinese, who produce, we understand, most of the electric batteries and solar panels? All sides of the debate have to evolve the optimum win-win trajectory to a safer and prosperous planet, where none are left behind, otherwise it becomes academic. Transparency on governance over subsidies and aid for climate actions have to also be in place. This cannot be politicized. Still, Transparency International does have a point in that the heavy PR wallets of fossil fuel lobbyists should not be allowed to distort the narrative. Canada's Prime Minister, former Bank of England Governor Mark Carney, has called for a snap election as he moves to dissolve Parliament, saying he needs a strong mandate to deal with the threat posed by the United States. His party, the governing Liberals, are expected to win the vote on the 28th of April. Chinese top officials are reassuring foreign corporate chiefs of the country's business potential in meetings with companies including Apple, Pfizer, MasterCard, and others. Chinese Prime Minister Li Qiang also told foreign business leaders at the China Development Forum on Sunday that China's philosophy, unlike America's, was to open up markets and share their resources more. He added that China was bracing for unexpected shocks from the intensifying trade war with America. Oil prices were lower as investors assessed the outlook for ceasefire talks aimed at ending the Russia-Ukraine war, which could lead to more supply of oil to global markets. Brent just under $72 a barrel in early morning trade. China Petroleum and Chemical Corporation, Sinopec, reported a 16.8% decline in 2024 net profit. This was due to lower crude oil prices and acceleration of the new energy vehicle industry. Just in, we got Germany and Eurozone Purchasing Managers Index, the first flash data for March. German business activity rose at the quickest rate for 10 months in March, amid a first increase in manufacturing production for almost 2 years. The composite PMI output index came in at 50.9 in March, up from 50.4 in February, and its highest since May last year. Germany's manufacturing PMI showed improvement to 48.3 in March compared to 47.7 expected, while services PMI for the German economy dropped to 50.2 in March, lower than 51.4 expected. Eurozone companies brought an end to a period of job shedding stretching back to August 2024. Business activity in the Eurozone increased for the third consecutive month in March. Composite PMI output index was higher at 50.4, better than February. Eurozone services PMI, however, slipped to 50.4, lower than February's 50.6, while the flash manufacturing PMI output was at 50.7 as manufacturing returns to growth, also a 34-month high, better than 48.9 in February. Asia-Pacific markets were mostly lower amid lingering uncertainty, and after China's Premier Li Qiang cautioned on a rising instability and called for countries to open up markets and enterprises. Looking ahead for the week, in the US, we will get a reading of the Fed's preferred inflation gauge, that's the Personal Consumption Expenditure Index, PCEI. We also get updates on PMI activity in the manufacturing and services sector, consumer confidence, and a final reading of US fourth quarter GDP. Well, that's all on this episode of Global Business Insights. Thanks for watching. This is Bode Oshosami. Bye-bye.
This is the Craftsmanship Chronicle series on Go Local, and on this episode, our focus is on wood, trees in our hood. Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. Now, Go Local is a podcast where we delve deeply and explore our nation's local uniqueness. Go local, buy local, and together we stay global. As we get into it, do also grab a cup of your favorite drink and a snack you would love to munch on. Oh, and make sure to make it a Nigerian snack and get ready for an amazing ride. Since humans first realized they could make use of the materials they found in the vicinity, wood has been used and altered by us. People eventually learned about the special qualities of wood as they utilized it to satisfy a wide range of human requirements in peace and conflict, farming, and industry. Throughout history, trees and their wood have been essential to human existence. Since ancient times, wood has been one of our most vital building elements, used for construction as well as for production of tools, weapons, and furniture. Wood has historically played a key role in a lot of areas, and we Nigerians are part of that history. For this episode, I went to the Itamaga sawmill in the Ikorodu area of Lagos State, where I was able to speak with the General Secretary of the sawmill.
My name is Alhaji Kabiru Adegboyega Ibrahim, and this is Sogidowo Sawmill Itamaga. So I'm the secretary to the association, General Secretary to the association, Sogidowo Plant Marketers Association of Nigeria.
Here in Nigeria and around the world, we have several uses of wood, such as agricultural purposes, for making musical instruments, for carving religious figurines, to create household furniture, for casket production, for fortification, as well as for source of energy supply, for example, our firewood and general logs for fireplaces. The wood production in Nigeria has specific process, and I will leave the explaining for the experts.
The woods normally come in 2x6. That is for roofing. So when they boil to it, like the ones you are looking there now, and it's 2x6. So when they bring it here, so if you want to saw it, you saw into 2x4, 2x3, 2x2. Those are the roofing plank. So we saw it to those sizes if you need it for roofing. So we take it from the shed down to the machine side. So we saw it there. If it is roofing, so we saw 2x4, 2x3, 2x2. So for facing board, that one is 1x12, 1x12x12. So now like the one that they are putting down there. So that is 1x12x12 for facing board. So after you roof, to facing board, so you cover breeze or whatever. So that's what they use that one for. So to seal the roof with the ceiling. So that's what they use it for.
Just like other industries, the wood industry sure has its challenges.
The challenges we usually face is the problem of this marine police or guard or whatever. You know, they are extorting us too much. You know Nigeria, that's Nigeria system, corruption. After we will have saw wood, process it, take the license, but we usually collect approval for wood, any wood cut. After that, if you pass through the water, if this marine police or whatever see you, they will still collect money as if you never collect any paper. So that's the Nigerian problem. So we face many challenges, yeah? At the same time, after they are coming from the river, the canoe bash, those the trucks that are coming into the sawmill, those are the policemen on the road, try to collect something, collect money. Those are the challenges we have.
Vegetation of Nigeria can be broadly classified into two types, that is, forest and savanna. Now, according to Statista in 2021, Nigeria exported forest products amounting to nearly $109.7 million US. Most of these products were roundwood and sawnwood, amounting to roughly 52.4 million and 8.1 million US dollars, respectively. Other main exported forest products included paper and paperboard.
The wood always come from Bayelsa State, Ondo State, Edo State, and from Oyo as well. But the one coming from Oyo, that's 1 by 12 by 12, and at times 2 by 12. But 2 by 6 wood for roofing normally come from Bayelsa, Edo State, Ondo State, and at the same time from Ogun State, Ogun Water side. The customer you have, if it is an old customer, you must have a relationship. He can call you on phone and place order. So you call transport for him. When you've concluded with him for the quotation of the wood, so if you help him process it, you call transporter to transport it. So they will take it down to him. Or some do come inside to the market by themselves. So they will negotiate price, buy the wood, call a motor to pack it. Because the transporters they have their own association as well.
According to the United Nations, Nigeria has the highest deforestation rate in the world, with an estimated 3.7% of its forest lost every year.
That's what I'm saying, our problem here. And these forestry people that are supposed to be handled at Ministry of Agriculture. Wherever they cut timber, supposed to plant it back immediately. They don't do that. In a question of say 5 to 10 years now, there will be the issue of a wood scarcity. Those places that I'm talking the other time, Bayelsa, Edo, whatever. If you want to get wood now, it's very, very far to the upland, to the river itself, to the swamp itself, too far. That's why the wood is very hot now.
This is a call to action to the Department of Forestry, Federal Ministry of Environment. We in Nigeria are losing our trees and we need a solution to this loss. When one tree is cut down, I believe 10 more should be planted in its stead. Wood in Nigeria plays a very vital role, and leaving our forests to chance of the trees growing on their own accord is very risky. We need to be more intentional about our forests, and yes, also the trees in our hood. If you've ever wondered where you can get wood from, well, look no further. The sawmill at Itamaga area of Ikorodu in Lagos is right there for you. Now, if you happen to be a lover of DIYs, or you're a professional wood carver, an artist that uses wood for their craft, or one who uses wood in their everyday life, for example, writers, well, always remember, wood is good, but we need more trees in our hood. Plant a tree today, save our environment.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Nigeria's strides in board diversity is at approximately 30% female representation among top companies, and that demonstrates the impact of collective effort. It can be done. So with intentionality, we can replicate this across all sectors and all levels. Please let us continue to champion gender equality and women's empowerment for national and global prosperity.
Just like the keynote speaker, Funke Opeke, said today, that when you start on a journey, you never really know where it's going to take you to. Yeah, so you have an idea. We had a plan. We're very intentional. There was clarity around the vision, clarity around our model, and we took it in stages. And as we've gone along, new ideas have come in from the advisory board members, from all the volunteers that have come in. The important thing is that the core principle is, in line with the vision, is to develop women to build a better nation. And we're focused on building leadership capacity through structured mentorship and also the advocacy part of our work to try and ensure that the right policies, the right laws are promulgated, and that where policies and guidelines already exist, that they're reviewed if they're not fit for purpose, to ensure that every human being, male and female, has an equal opportunity to actualize themselves and to, achieve their aspirations. Well, what I'd like them to take away is that, first of all, it's a mentoring book. It's a reference point. It's a guide. What we've done here as Whisker is to chronicle, the path that we have trodden in terms of mentorship for the last 16 years. So it's very, very rich in terms of evidence-based, in terms of, a track record of a model and a methodology that actually works. So we're hoping that, everybody will pick up a copy of this book, try and get access to it, either physically from the Whisker office or online, because we're going to make sure it's available online on Amazon. And through this process, appreciate the importance of having a mentor, having a role model, having a sponsor, building relationships, and all the things that we teach, in the Whisker School of Excellence. It's a talent development solution. It's a leadership development toolkit. It's a guide for training your staff. So I think in every secondary school, in every university, in every office, if you're looking for how you can better manage your talent, not just your female talent, your female and your male talent, then this is a book that can really help you. And you try to fix the price at a level that we think, is affordable and accessible to everyone, because what we're trying to do through this book is to democratize mentorship, because we feel that mentorship is so important.
Meetings at 1 a.m. Now, women who are married or in committed relationships and things like that find it difficult to attend 1 a.m. meetings. And these are where decisions are taken, far-reaching decisions. You say, oh no, everyone's working during the day, we can only meet after midnight. No, you have to make sure that we change the culture of politics to suit women as well.
It's important for structures such as, I spoke about the passing of the bills, the gender bills in front of the National Assembly. This gender bill encourages the 35% affirmation bill, which we have signed in Kwara State, to make sure that there's 35% and women at least, to also make sure that women have special seats, so that certain seats, go to women, to make sure that women's because currently women's spouses who have foreign spouses cannot get Nigerian citizenship. Yeah. This is not the case for men. Men who have foreign partners, their spouses get citizenship. Yeah. So that would also, encourage women in this regard if all these gender bills are passed. Apart from these gender bills, that takes us to the table. I talked about the culture of politics, making sure that the culture is friendly to women. Yeah. It's very important not to have meetings at 1 a.m. in the morning. Yeah. It's very important to make sure that women are informed of these meetings, giving adequate preparation, and made to, take one step further, are able to use their voices. Now, for what we've done in Kwara State, we, encourage that more states do that, and we have seen more states also do that. I told you we have the youngest female House of Assembly member in Kwara State. And this is fostering a young woman to use her voice. And we have 5 women in the House of Assembly. Other states like Ekiti State have 6 women. We have states like Ogun, Ebonyi, and other states that have women deputy governors, and so many other states. So at the subnational level, we are seeing that increase going on. So at the federal level, that's why we're encouraged by the gender bills being passed. Now we get women at the table. We want them to be able to stay at the table. So the mentorship and sponsorship is important, because for a woman to go into politics is very expensive. So we need to foster ways in which to be able to sponsor them, to keep them in there, and to make sure that once they are there representing us, they can use their voices. So these are, some of the structures that we have. We want organizations to sponsor women to come forward, pick a particular woman and be able to sponsor her through so she can get through. We're already seeing the changes by the changes in law. We need laws to be changed, and the changes are coming in law. Then we need to change the norms, and culture. Yeah. So I talked about transforming norms. We had a conference in Abuja where we invited traditional rulers to come and talk to us about their role in transforming norms. In certain places, women can't do certain things. So the more we are able to mainstream that women can participate in certain things. And you see, we also need to shape perception. Men have to be made to see that women being transformed is not a threat to men. Yeah. Because currently you have one hand tied behind your back. Almost 50% of the population is not getting the fair chances that they need. So the society is not at its utmost best. But men should understand that promoting women means that the society is better even for them. You know, it's not a threat to them. So these are some of the things that we can deploy to make sure that women stay in power. Well, I'd just like to say that they should keep their dream alive. I decided around the age of 6, I told my dad I wanted to follow him. I wanted to go into the foreign service, and I kept that up. So believe in yourself and believe in your dreams. And then we encourage people now to have several streams of employment. In Kwara, I teach women skills acquisition programs, makeup and makeover, confectionery, sewing, tailoring, design, smelting, all kinds of things, drone technology for farming. We want women to go into farming, and do all these things. So have a separate stream of income as well to support yourself. And, the sky is just the beginning. You will get there. So just believe in yourself. Have mentors, have sponsors, and have a separate stream of income. And just stick to your dream. Don't get discouraged.
We had about 77% of girls, upon starting our program, felt that STEM are careers for men. And this is in today's world. And you're wondering how. But then you start to see that with mentorship, with exposure to training, and then they start to build that confidence. And they think, you know what, I can do this. So you are demystifying what seems to be very complicated and complex.
So WTech runs training programs, mentorship programs, and also research. Our training programs include after-school clubs in Lagos, Kwara State, and Ondo State. And then also we have the STEM residential camp for teenage girls, so girls in secondary school. And then we also have a mentorship program. So once the girls have decided that they want to pursue STEM, we match them with mentors so that they are guided along their career path. Okay, so I would say find your why, find what it is that interests you, because STEM is very broad. You need to find the area that aligns with your area of interest, whether it's helping people stay healthy, whether it's helping people to be productive, save time, whether it's financial management. So find your why, find what interests you. And then research and find the different career options. Once you have identified possible areas, find people that you can speak to, whether people in person or online. There are so many resources online. And then once you are there, then of course the training never stops. So make sure that you keep learning and learning so that you can stay relevant in the field.
I've had about 3-4 male CEOs who were able to identify the value in me and decided to sponsor me through the organizations that I worked for. And so as I moved across the ladder, these men and the he for she's in our lives, I think really, really deserve a lot of they need to be acknowledged significantly because they've also played that role for a number of us. So the sponsors that I've had propelled me and what the role of a sponsor is, to speak for you in the room where you're not in. So a number of times they have been able to do that for me. And I hope that I'm also doing that now for the women and men that work with me.
There are many opportunities for business women. Where interest rates are in Nigeria today at very high levels beyond 30%. Through the Bank of Industry, we, FSDH, and a number of other Nigerian institutions have been able to access cheap funding for female entrepreneurs that are running successful businesses. So interest rates that are close to not single digits, but early double digits, and is available to structured businesses who want to scale their businesses. So that's one scheme that is available. We in FSDH, we also have beyond financing solutions, we have non-financial solutions for women. So because we realize that beyond money, beyond funding, there are other things that business entrepreneurs require. So we provide mentorship programs, we provide training, we have tie-ups and alliances with some institutions that help to train women and help them be successful in their businesses. We also attach them to mentors within their fields that help them scale their business, help them better understand what they should be doing and looking out for in business. For women starting off in their career, I would say that identify where your strength is, identify what you love to do in that space. Banking, finance was my own love, really. And it was one area that I knew that I wanted to know more about. Second thing, be a subject matter expert in anything you choose to be. Because you're a woman doesn't mean you're going to be pushed up, and we need to get away from that. You have to be a knowledgeable woman, a subject matter expert in your field for you to expect to be elevated. And so do your best, know your work, and be consistent. Do not give up. We're talking about grit today, which is the strength of character. Be consistent. Make sure you do not give up. There will be challenges along the line, but challenges do not define you. Challenges actually help you to scale. So embrace those challenges and you'll be amazed at what comes out of you. And I wish you all the best, and I look out to hear success stories for all the women around.
One of my key takeaways, I would say, is from the keynote speaker, CEO of Main One, Funke Opeke. I heard her story, and I have to say this is the first time I'm actually hearing her story. And when the facilitator was introducing her, right, and she talked about the fact that she eats nose, as cereal for breakfast. Yeah. I was like, okay, let me see that. And then she came on, and I have to say that her story is a testament to the theme of this conference, which is resilience. When she was speaking, I kept on just trying to put myself in that situation and wondering what my response would be, at every stopgap, at every issue that came up. And one thing I have taken away is just never take no for an answer. Always see no as an opportunity. And that's one thing I am glad to say that I'm also going to distill into the community She Ventures. Just never take no for an answer. One thing she also said that really struck me is how it's obvious more and more that women, and this is all respect to the men in the room, but the way women face problems and challenges, they just take it head on and are able to sort of pivot gracefully, just flow and adapt with the change. And I think that's one of the reasons why women are the backbone of Nigerian economy. Gaps that we've done a lot, but two main gaps I see, and that's when it comes to access for women. And She Ventures, FCN-based desk for women, is built on 4 pillars: access to finance, access to networks, access to knowledge, and access to markets. Right? There was an event earlier on today. It was a training program that we had put up for the fiscally challenged, site challenged. And we had quite a number of questions about access to finance. Now, one of the things that has struck me in my role in the bank is that a lot of times we talk about access to finance as the main challenge for female entrepreneurs. But in the 5 years that we've been in operation, we've seen that that is not the key challenge. The key challenge really is knowledge, financial literacy, knowledge. And I kept on asking the women, how many of you know your businesses? If you're giving a loan today, assuming you have a business and we give you a loan, not a grant, of say 1 million, right? Are you sure that that 1 million that we give you today will not kill your business? What are your margin lines like? We're giving you this loan at 16%. How are you going to ensure that you pay it back? And this is something that a lot of female businesses do not understand, because women in Nigeria, especially in the informal sector, tend to go into business not because they have the know-how or technical capacity or financial literacy. It's more subsistence living, right? They want to feed their family, they want to send their children to school, and so they go into business, which is one of the things that we try to do a lot of in FCNB. And in fact, we have a mentorship program with Whisker, and we mentor about 1,000 of our women every year, because we've seen that knowledge is actually one of the key things. So talking about a gap, it's financial literacy for women, and that is something that we need to scale up in West Africa. The next thing is, you provided financial know-how and literacy. We've provided access to markets, access to networks. And then for me, the last thing is access to finance. Now, when it comes to finance, huge challenges as well, because we talk about single-digit interest rates. Now, give a woman a single-digit interest rate, but in Nigeria, we're still asking for things like collateral, right? How many women in Nigeria can access that facility? So you find out that, you come out and you say, or maybe the government says, we have $1 billion to give to female entrepreneurs. This year, it has to go. At the end of the year, maybe 100 million has been drawn down because women don't have the capacity to access those finances. So we need to start thinking about, if it's in our risk structures, curating something specific to female entrepreneurs. And then, so you don't take them through the same process that you'll take any other entrepreneur, because their challenges are a bit different and peculiar. So are we talking about, for example, cash flow lending? Is that something that we can think of doing? Because what I believe is that if we find that perfect product, and I'm sure FCM will be the first bank to do that, you'll be surprised that even if it's not a single digit rate, lower interest rate, or you have the specific product for that woman, you'll be surprised that you'll see female entrepreneurs knocking at your door to access finance.
I am, first of all, in awe of Amina. I was here the very first event that Whisker started. How many years ago was that? A long time, but not that long. And I could never, but I knew her, that it would morph into this giant organization, able to mentor so many people, impact so many diverse organizations, and continuously excel every year to put this event together. And I was just teasing her. I said, look, you brought presidents from all over the world. It's just that America has their own president right now. But I wouldn't be surprised if I hear one day that you are, the American British president here with you. The tentacles that this organization has reached is really formidable. And it's a textbook on how to go about setting up not-for-profit. And for that, I think she really needs to be applauded.
I just wanted to say that this is our 16th year, and it's been amazing. It gets better and better every year. I come every year, and it's always an inspiration. And congratulations to Mrs. Oyagbola and the entire team that makes up Whisker, because there's a large team involved.
I believe inclusion and diversity in organizations and corporations in Nigeria have always been there. Going back to when I look at my mom, when she coming back from America, she worked at Securities and Exchange Commission and moved up to a director position before heading to becoming chairman and CEO of Investment and Securities Tribunal in Abuja. And I know a lot of other women like her. So it's always been there for women, maybe just not in leadership roles in comparison to men. And I think the thing is women just need to be bolder, braver, persistent in trying to achieve their career and business goals in Nigeria. Yes, it can be a difficult country to navigate, a difficult terrain to navigate culturally, but it's definitely there for the taking if you do want to succeed, if you do want to be successful in your career and in your business. Just be persistent, just be brave, just be bold, and go for it.
In 2024, 5 destinations are rapidly growing in tourism. From cultural hubs to natural wonders, these places offer unique experiences and untouched landscapes, reflecting a shift towards sustainable, authentic, and culturally immersive travel. Here are 5 fastest growing tourism destinations in 2024. At number 1 is Qatar. In 2023, Qatar welcomed 4 million tourists, boosted by events like the FIFA World Cup 2022 and Formula One. By April 2024, over 2 million tourists had visited, with Doha being a key attraction. Major cruise lines like Royal Caribbean, Norwegian, and MSC are now offering voyages to Qatar. At number 2 is Albania. Albania is a budget-friendly European destination known for its World Heritage sites, contemporary architecture, and lively beach towns. Its affordability and diverse attractions have driven a notable rise in tourist numbers, making it a top choice for travelers this year. At third place is Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia's tourism sector is rapidly expanding due to its importance in the Muslim world and substantial government investment in infrastructure. Cities like Jeddah and Riyadh are pivotal to this growth. With a target of attracting 70 million international tourists by 2030, Saudi Arabia is making significant progress in global tourism. At fourth place is Salvador. El Salvador, known for its volcanic landscapes, has seen a tourism surge despite a U.S. travel advisory. Adventurous tourists are drawn to its unique geography, boosting El Salvador's popularity as a travel destination. At fifth place is Bulgaria. Despite political challenges and a pre-pandemic decline in tourism, Bulgaria has rebounded. Its entry into the Schengen area has revitalized the tourism industry, leading to a substantial growth and making Bulgaria more appealing in 2024. To read more stories like this, you can read up on our website at www.businessday.ng. Business Day, news you can trust.
5 most expensive houses in the world. The world's most expensive houses are symbols of luxury and immense wealth, located in some of the most prestigious places. From historic palaces to cutting-edge designs, these properties offer a glimpse into the lives of the ultra-rich. Topping the list is Buckingham Palace in London, valued at $4.9 billion. It's the official residence of the British monarch, featuring staterooms, expansive gardens, and famous events like the changing of the guard. Next is Antilia in Mumbai, worth $2 billion. This 27-story skyscraper belongs to Mukesh Ambani, one of India's richest men. It boasts 3 helipads, a 168-car garage, swimming pools, and a theater and gardens. In third place is Villa Leopolda on the French Riviera, valued at $750 million. Once owned by King Leopold II, it spans 50 acres and features breathtaking Mediterranean views. Villa Le Cordaire in Saint-Jean-Cap-Ferrat, France, comes at $450 million. Built in 1830, it includes a 14-bedroom mansion and a 35-acre botanical garden. Finally, Le Palais Boulle, or Bubble Palace in Cannes, is valued at $420 million. Known for its futuristic bubble-like design, it includes a panoramic lounge, swimming pools, and an amphitheater. To read on these and more, visit www.businessday.ng. Follow Business Day on all social media platforms. Business Day, news you can trust.
You are watching Business Day Television. watching Business Day Television.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at noon. I am Norma Obona. Let's see what's making headlines this afternoon. UBA crosses 1 trillion net interest income on rate hike. Dangote refinery issues tender to sell fuel oil, document summary shows. PDP governors drag Tinubu, not assembly, before Supreme Court over Fubara's suspension. At least 24 dead in South Korea's worst ever fires. World Athletics introduces swab test to verify female gender. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the United Bank of Africa UBA has crossed 1 trillion naira in its interest income, signifying its highest in 13 years on rate hikes. The bank's audited financial result for December 2024, filed with the Nigerian Exchange Limited on Monday, revealed that its interest income rose to 2.3 trillion naira, a 114.9% rise from 1.3 trillion naira. According to the reports, the bank's interest expense also surged by 128% to 839.2 billion naira from 367.8 billion naira, driven by the high rate interest environment. UBA's Executive Director of Finance and Risk Management, Ugo Nwabodo, says the bank net interest income grew, resulting in improvement in net interest margin from 6.83% in 2023 to 9.02%. Moving on, the Dangote oil refinery has issued a tender on Tuesday, March 25th, to sell 128,000 metric tons of residual oil in April. According to a summary of the tender document, the refinery will close the tender on Wednesday as it seeks buyers for 88,000 tons of low sulfur straight run fuel oil and 40,000 tons of salary oil for loading on April 10 to 12. However, the Dangote will shut its 204,000 barrel per day gasoline making unit for 30 days for maintenance, tentatively expected to start on June 1st, according to industry monitor IIR. And to end the local news, governors of states governed by the People's Democratic Party have instituted a suit before the Supreme Court challenging the 6-month suspension of the Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara and his administrators. While the legislatures on their part supported the president's decision to implement the suspension, the governors of Bauchi, Adamawa, Bayelsa, Enugu, Osun, Plateau, and Zamfara states have questioned the powers the president has to carry out such action. The 7 state governors, who termed the suspension as unconstitutional through the attorney generals, urged the Supreme Court to declare the president has no whatsoever or authority to suspend the democratically elected governor in the Federation of Nigeria under the guise of pursuant to the proclamation of a state of emergency in a state of the Federation. And now on the foreign scene, 24 people have been killed as multiple wildfires continue to ravage South Korea's southeast region. According to authorities, most of the victims are in their 60s and 70s, adding that 26 people were injured while 12 remain in critical conditions. The reports reveal that the deadly fires have also forced more than 23,000 people to flee their homes. Acting President of South Korea, Han Duck-soo, has described the incident as unprecedented crisis, which remains critical and rewriting the record books for the worst wildfires in the nation's history. The fire gutted the 1,300-old Ganasuwa Temple in Yusong City, which many cultural relics were removed and transported to safer ground. And to end the news, the World Athletics have approved the introduction of a cheek swab test to determine if an athlete is biologically female. Those wishing to compete in the women's competitions will need to complete the pre-clearance requirement once in their career. While no timeline has been officially confirmed, the Press Association reports the World Athletics aims to implement the test in time for the World Champions in Tokyo this September. The move is among several recommendations approved at the World Athletics Council meeting to tighten regulations over the eligibility of transgender and difference of sex development DSD athletes. These are the top headlines on BDTV News at noon. I am Norma Obona. Stay tuned.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Their stories remind us that when women get information, so a client is looking for a planner or a decorator, and just on Instagram, she just put a hashtag event planner in Lagos, event planner in Nigeria. Immediately, some things pops up.
Learn when to take profit. It also taught me to learn when to buy at a discount. That's when the market is dipping and everybody is running away. Do you understand? Now, I learned that how many years ago? Today, if I'm in the stock market and the thing is doing gigolo, I understand because I know that the market is in circles. And I understand how to now pick my stocks because at that time, it was just a gambling type, whatever. They said this one is okay, I buy it, okay. But now you pick stocks with fundamentals, and that is why having an advisor to show you specifics and give you advice also helps. It helps you to reduce the risk as much as possible, but start early. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I hate to pop in here, forgive me. But if we have questions, please I would ask our audience to please, all our participants, to just write your questions down. I've got a ton of questions. So for those who have questions, please write your questions down because right after this panel session will be Q&A. Go ahead, I'm not cutting you. No, please go ahead.
Thank you so much for those really important points. I think certainly that point about diversifying your risk is really, really key. And just as you were talking about, women shying away from risk, I think more than their male counterparts would. Another area I thought about was also taking on debt, right? The women tend to be more cautious about taking on debt, even though sometimes for your business, it's important to build up some sort of credit profile. And if you don't take out any debt at all, then that can also affect your opportunities, in terms of borrowing further down the line. So those are definitely some really interesting points. So as we round up the financial planning segment, one of the things that I wanted to dig a little bit deeper into, because of your work, Ms. Adediran, with family wealth management and specifically, is to talk a bit about how women can think about inheriting wealth and then passing wealth down, to future generations. If there are women right now, even with perhaps wealthy parents or something like that, how can they think about getting involved in some of these conversations, positioning themselves so that, their voices are also heard?
Fantastic. Interestingly, this is like my everyday conversation, right? And I sit with founders who are definitely thinking about exit. Either exit from their family-owned business that they've run for a long time, or just maybe in terms of managing the family wealth portfolio. And oftentimes, because we are also Africans and the way we're wired, the cultural dynamics, we tend to look up to the son, to the male child, right, to take charge, to take responsibility. Interestingly, I have found in some cases that it is even the female child that is available and ready or interested, to step into maybe running the family business or maybe show some interest in getting involved in managing the family affairs, right? What I would say to you as a woman here is don't, don't take yourself out of the equation. When they're having those money conversations, please be there. Show interest. First of all, school yourself. Go for financial education. The reason a lot of women don't invest or are not able to take risk is not because they can't take risk. It's because they lack confidence. Confidence in their ability to take the right risk and not lose their money. And I believe that information is really what helps you to deal with that. If you know better, you will do better. So specifically, you're talking about inheritance. In fact, I did a LinkedIn post on this thing. Those of you that can follow me on whatever, LinkedIn, go and read it. It's about women and wealth, the issue around inheritance in Africa, where the conversation is largely around the male. In fact, there are some cultures where they believe that no matter what is happening, wealth must pass through the male child. So women don't inherit. And this even happens in my own culture. So it's not something that I'm alien to. It's something that I know. I mean, we're 4 siblings. I have only one brother. And my dad already began to socialize my brother when we were even teenagers, that he is the father of everybody. And I used to be very angry because I'm the first, but this boy is the third. And then he's beginning to laud himself like, yeah, I'm the man of the home. And he has assets in his name that we, the girls, don't have, you know, and he's privy to things about Popsy's assets that we don't. So it's a thing. So they don't even think that it's something that is far away. It's a thing, right? And so what I'm going to say to you, first of all, is that be knowledgeable. If you bring knowledge to the table and you demonstrate capability to do these things, I'm sure that our parents will begin to think differently. And interestingly, money does not know gender. Absolutely, it doesn't. So if you're knowledgeable about how to manage, and we have a natural instinct to manage things well, let's channel it. Let's have these money conversations. Let's channel our natural skills of nurturing to really be able to build and manage wealth. If we begin to show interest and have these conversations, you will see that the tides will begin to shift in our direction.
Thank you for this. The next and final area is really practical steps to turn inspiration into action. And I wanted to first focus on networking, you know, the importance of networking opportunities. So turning to Dr. Edozian, please, can you talk to us a little bit about the importance of networking, how we can get into the right spaces, perhaps if we're not necessarily as qualified as some of the other people we would love to, you know, be able to network with. Maybe also even how our personal brand can help facilitate, you know, good networking opportunities. Thank you so much.
That's a masterclass question. It's a masterclass question. But before I answer that question, can we just give a round of applause to our author moderator? She's absolutely excellent. Absolutely excellent. Thank you for making this conversation. Sometimes you're on a panel and you're just like, oh, when is it going to end? But I'm literally enjoying it. And you managed to, you know, just dimension the questions in an interesting way. So thank you so much. Okay, so networking is really exposure. I think when you don't have a network, you are literally covering yourself with a black bed sheet. Literally, because your network, first of all, if you have the right network, they will speak for you in rooms that you don't have access to, rooms that you don't even know exist, first. Secondly, when you have the right network, it inspires you. Imagine having these ladies in your network. You'll be rich now, right? Because you know what is going on. So I always say to people, who is your equivalent, whatever role you have now, who is your equivalent in Ghana? Who is your equivalent in Canada? What are they doing? What issues are they tackling? When you start to build a global network, your perspective and even the way you approach issues change. So that's why networking is important, because many times as women, we are so focused on doing the work, we don't focus on the strategy that gets the work done in a hyper-fast way. And networking is key to that. So how do you build a network? The first thing is, I remember one time, I got this opportunity, a sponsorship opportunity to go to South Africa for this conference. And I got there, and you know, when you go, for some reason, when you go abroad for conferences, you can be there with the CEO of a company. He's just in jeans and slacks and a t-shirt and all of that. And, but he's carrying his name badge and maybe the name of the company underneath. And I was just seeing all these people, and I felt tiny. I felt so small. So I just went to the corner of the room, and this is me, it's ridiculous, but it's very true. I went to the corner of the room and I was just there sipping a drink because I felt like I didn't deserve to be in the room. And many times that's what happens to us as women. You either start to feel like an imposter, you think, oh, this person is not going to talk to me. Another time I went for a conference, I do this thing when I go for events. I say I don't like to sit with friends because I already know you. We will gist later. I'm here to meet new people. So even if I sit with a friend, I always try and give myself a target to speak to like 3 people. And I remember I was having lunch, and I said, okay, I'm not going to sit with people I know. I'm going to sit on a new table. And I started talking to these ladies. And they were just, I was like, oh, hello, are you enjoying the conference? Yeah. I now asked the one beside her, are you enjoying the conference? And like, and they were talking to each other. And at that point, it's very easy to say, I said it. All these women conferences, don't go. It's a waste of time. They don't care, but because maybe I'm not carrying the right bag, all of that. You know, all these things that we say to ourselves. But what did I do? I just turned. Like it was wind that passed me. And I continued talking to the people beside. And those ones were eager to speak to me. Now, what does that mean? Does that mean those 2 ladies are, what did you call yourself? They say a witch or whatever. No, it doesn't mean that. Anything could have happened. One of them, their husband could have been quarreling with her. The other person, her boss, may have sent her a message that, what are you doing at this conference, my friend? You get back to the office. And she's angry. It has nothing to do with you. So many times you take all these mental garbage with you into these rooms, and it prevents you from connecting. So the first thing is, understand that you're a person of worth when you enter. The fact that you're a human being, you woke up this morning, you walk close. You are not mad. You are not walking on the road. You walk close, you are a person, you are a human being. And you are deserving of speaking to somebody. But then how do you do that? So like I said, when you enter a room, decide before you go for a networking conference, what are my goals? Who do I want to meet with? So me, before I go for a networking event, I Google the speakers. I send them messages on LinkedIn. Hello, I'm going to be attending so-and-so event. I'd really love to hear you speak. After the event, if I can't speak to them, I send them another message. It was really lovely hearing you speak. I loved when you said XYZ about risk. And obviously, sometimes they respond, sometimes they don't respond. But guess what? When I have a favor to ask of them, it's so easy for me. Because by the time I go to the LinkedIn thread, they see, this girl has been messaging me. Let me tell you, there's this person, well, let me not call his name, but he got this huge appointment recently. And I met him at a conference. And every year on LinkedIn will send you a message when it's somebody's birthday. And so for 6 years, all I sent to him was, happy birthday, sir. Because LinkedIn used to remind me. And then one day, I wanted a high ticket speaker for an event. And I sent him a message. And he was like, I'm so sorry I haven't responded to any of your happy birthday messages. Here's my personal email. Send me the invite via email. Because this is somebody that, I mean, in the realm of things, we're not easy, HNI, whatever, we're not in the same level. But at the end of the day, I said to I'm a person, I'm a human being. I find his work interesting, and so I'm going to make a connection. So how do you start to build your network? First of all, who are the people that inspire you? Ask yourself these 4 questions. Who inspires me? Who needs to know about me and the work I do? Who already has achieved the things I want to achieve in the future? When you ask yourself those 3 questions, and then you now think of those names, and you don't have, even if it is, 6 degrees of separation, right? Even if you don't know them, you can't touch them like this, but there's no even 3 steps to find them. You know that your network is lacking, because the network you have cannot take you to where you want to go. So you need to start building it. Start saying to yourself, okay, who needs to know about me? Who has achieved what I want to achieve? And then use a platform like LinkedIn. LinkedIn is such an amazing platform because it can help you connect with so many people. The people I've connected with on LinkedIn. I mean, next week, Monday, I'm going to be doing a webinar for women in Lesotho. How? Through LinkedIn. I've done webinars across the world, global awards and all of that. Why? Because of LinkedIn. So connect with those people. And then LinkedIn sends you LinkedIn does not pay me all this work I do for them. But LinkedIn sends you 3 messages about your contacts. So the first is their birthday, when they will have a work anniversary, or if they've been mentioned in the news, right? Anytime you get any of those information, reach out. Oh, happy birthday. Oh, I see you've changed your job. Congratulations. Those things, they cost you nothing, but they keep you top of mind. I'll stop there.
Thank you. You've all been so generous with your time. I just have two more questions and then a final question for the whole panel. So it will be first to Ms. Shotunde and then to Ms. Aka, and then I'll give a final question for the whole panel. So Ms. Shotunde, in terms of events, because we're looking at practical steps, right, for women in business and women seeking to grow their businesses, can you speak to us a bit about how events can be used, can be leveraged to get your business brand out there, to engage better with your customers, that sort of thing, please? Thank you.
Okay, so I'll take it from if you're an event person and you want to get your business out there. So like just now I see them giving out packs of things and all that. This is an opportunity to either sponsor. So if you're a food vendor, if you're a gift person, you can use events as this to get your business out there. And then of course in exchange you say, okay, this was supported by this. They do a tag, a mention. You can also boost the post of the pictures of the event. Now this is for business owners who want to get their businesses out there. Now in the event industry in general, we also have conferences. I liked she talked about networking and all of that. When you go for events, in the event space, try as much as possible to connect with colleagues. And I would use myself as a practical example. How I grew up the ladder in the event industry was I was very intentional, just like what she said, who is doing what I want to do, who is already there, how do I connect with these people? So when I go, I intentionally pay for conferences, go meet these industry leaders, attend, ask questions, and then join relevant association. In my industry, we have associations, we have communities, we have groups. So when you intentionally be a part of these groups, you need to make your voice known. You can volunteer your services, you can volunteer your time, be in the committee. Don't be a monitoring spirit on WhatsApp group. I know a lot of us are in WhatsApp, and in 1 year, even in your secondary school, you won't even say happy birthday to somebody, on the group. So we in events, we intentionally make that effort to connect with people, both our colleagues as well as potential clients. Because again, I think one of the things we've also learned that if you want to go into corporate events, LinkedIn is a good platform, get your business out there, follow those organizations, write to corporate communications or HR and all of that. So it's just about that business owner being intentional about the platforms that he or she wants to be in. What niche of events do you want to be in? Because event is very wide, and in event industry, there's planner, there's decorator, there's caterer. So once you decide, depending on the niche where you are playing in, you just make that intentional effort by connecting, using the right events to promote yourself. One thing that I've also used for myself, aside being a planner, of course, I'm a trainer, I'm a facilitator, and I also host conference. So my event, the Busy Bee Event Business Summit that I've been running for 8 years, I bring together event professionals. We also do awards. We give out awards. And through this, international organizations have recognized my platform. And that's why they are able to even exchange to say, recommend wedding planners to Dubai, recommend wedding planners to Abu Dhabi by virtue of me hosting my own events, bringing the platform, bringing event professionals on it. And I've been able to get international recognitions. Thank you.
Apologies, I'm told we're running short on time and we want to give an opportunity for the audience to also ask some questions. So I'll just do my final question to the panelists. I'm starting with Ms. Aka, please. And that's just if there's one key takeaway that you would like to leave our audience with, please can you share that with us just for each panelist? Thank you.
All right. And this one I'll say. So for me, I've worked only in one company all my life. So when I tell people I worked in InterSwitch from the first day, they're shocked. But I've had such a rich. So when people see my profile, the only job I've not done in InterSwitch, let me not say if you're going to post me there, is sales, pure sales. But even when I was country manager, we did, but I've done every other thing. So the first thing I'll say, when you're talking of networking, now there are different kinds of people. I know I'm not an entrepreneur. Me, I know I'm a career person. So when you, depending on, and sometimes I feel jealous when I hear entrepreneurs, I say, hey, I'm not risk-taking. But it's good to know your calling. And in that your calling, it doesn't mean you must be limited.
So you may be able to, like, I'm not saying you must work in only one company like me, no please. But whatever it is, take your career as a craft. For example, when you were talking of taking risk, I remember when I wanted to, there was a time when I got stuck in my job and I was feeling bored. And that's another thing. You have to be patient to grow things. Don't be, you know, in this world of branding, some people, and I learned that by the way, Dr. Glory was my LinkedIn consultant, and I learned so much. And I'm still using what I learned from you. Thank you, Dr. Glory. So one of the things I learned was it's so easy to post something, especially now in ChatGPT. But are you an empty vessel? So someone said, don't just package air. You know, I learned that. Don't package oxygen. When they touch it, nothing. Package value. So, and that I would say, and so I would say that in your career, and I'm talking career because that's, I mean, I'm not going to talk, I'm talking career. In your career, build value. So these days, a lot of people move. And it's okay, you know, for you know, it's, oh, I'm no more working here, I'm working there, I'm no more working here, and it's fine. But first of all, if you move too much, I don't think you could go very in depth. And over the years, people will see you as, they won't, can she be CEO? She will just move in 3 months. She will just move. So be careful, I'm just saying. Now I know that, and because sometimes more money may not always mean the best thing to do. So I remember, for example, when I got bored with my job, I thank God for my husband, you know, it's good to have a partner that supports your career. So he said, instead of resigning, because I was like, I want to resign, he said, why not take a pause and maybe go for a master's? So I was looking for university. He said, he just one day came, what schools are you applying to? He said, if it's not the top 3 in UK, I didn't want to go to America. My first son was 3, my second son was 1. He said, if it's not the top 3, forget it. So I checked top 3. Oxford.
This is the Business Day television broadcast. You are watching Business Day television.
Good afternoon and welcome to Inside Politics. My name is Imiobong Iwok. President Bola Tinubu's decision to intervene in the political standoff in Rivers State by suspending the governor, Sim Fubara, his deputy, and all lawmakers in the State House of Assembly for 6 months has continued to generate debate in the polity. In a nationwide broadcast, Tinubu said he had received disturbing security reports detailing incidents of vandalization of pipeline by some militants without the governor taking any action to curtail them. He added that he could not allow the grave situation to continue. The president subsequently appointed Ibot Ibas, who assumed office 2 days ago as the sole administrator of Rivers State. But lawyers and opposition politicians are questioning the legality of the president's action. Yesterday, the NLC in Rivers State said they will embark on protest if the decision is not reversed by the president soon. Today on Inside Politics, we will be discussing this and some other issues in the polity. I'm being joined by Dr. Dayo Kayode. He's a political analyst and also the convener of Nigeria Organic Mobilizers Initiative and the Coalition of Nigerian Stakeholders Forum. Dr. Kayode, good afternoon and welcome to Inside Politics. Doctor, welcome to the program. Welcome to the program, Doctor. Are you with me? Hello, Doctor. You seem to be having
hearing you.
Oh, you're hearing me. Okay, I'm hearing you clear.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, I'm hearing you. Good afternoon and welcome to the program.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm fine. What's your take on the situation in Rivers State? The president have received so much knock over his decision to appoint a sole administrator for the state.
Yes. Let me start from your synopsis. The first reason you brought out from your synopsis was that there have been incessant pipeline breaking in Rivers State and the governor was not responding.
Yes.
Now, the question is, how many pipelines were broken? How many pipelines? To the best of my knowledge, while he was there, it was one. And it happened overnight. But meanwhile, he was not, Fubara is not in charge of the police, nor in charge of even the pipeline security. The pipeline security has been contracted to a company. But then, did they allow report to be given to Fubara and then Fubara to act upon it? That is why. Number two, there was a reason that, listen, what is happening in the state between you and your legislature, they say you should come and present the budget, do this, do that. Yes, Fubara has started the process, especially as regards the ruling of the Supreme Court. He had removed the chairman of all the local governments. And he wrote to the assembly. He was coming to present the budget. So tell me, what is it that has warranted emergency rule in Port Harcourt? That's number two. Number three, the Supreme Court asked the Accountant General to hold on to the monthly revenue of the state because the governor has not submitted his fiscal budget to the House of Assembly. Now, you disbanded the governor. You disbanded the House of Assembly. You now appointed a sole administrator. Now tell me, Where is the assembly that will now approve the budget of that sole administrator to the extent that you are now saying such allocations should be given to the sole administrator?
Yes.
Number 4, I think I listened to Seriake Dixon, former governor of Bayelsa State, who is now a senator.
Yes.
He said, and I quote, that on that day the Senate was to approve that emergency rule, that the Senate did not form a quorum. And it challenged anybody to come and challenge it. So, what we have been seeing a series of unconstitutionality being perpetrated on our constitution by the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And all these perpetrations, Okade is saying, they are impeachable offenses. And I am using this video to tell the National Assembly that action should be taken on the President for undermining the sovereignty of our Constitution.
President Speakers, those working the President have said in recent days that the President have the constitutional rights to make sure that there is peace. Because he wouldn't have waited when there is breakdown of law. When there is breakdown of law in order in Rivers State before he acts.
I'm sorry, sir. There are procedures. Before you can proclaim it, you must, first of all, write to the National Assembly and get their approval, even before executing it. But even at that, you have already sworn in the administrator. Before going to the National Assembly. And the Senate is now saying, listen, they did not form quorum when that thing was passed. As of Reps, the same thing. Voice vote.
But
is it supposed to be conducted with a voice vote according to the Constitution? No.
Now the President have said this is for 6 months. Maybe even peace is restored to the state. Let's just maybe we should give the sole administrator 6 months. Maybe after 6 months, Fubara and the State House of Assembly will return.
It's not about Fubara and House of Assembly. It's about Fubara and Wike, the former governor of that state. It's about Fubara and Wike.
Well, let's look at the crisis that actually started before all this. The way Wike and his godson Fubara now. What is your take in all that happened? Fubara said so many things on why he couldn't agree with Wike and why this crisis lingered, and the State Assembly trying to make a move to impeach him after the Supreme Court judgment. The PDP as a party, don't you think the party will have probably do more to save and resolve the issue between Fubara and Wike?
It is beyond PDP. This issue is beyond PDP. Because if to say the two of them are by heart, I'm not saying by heart, not by act,
yes.
By act,
yes,
are really PDP members, then something will have been done. But Wike has not been seen himself as totally belonging to PDP. Because here is a guy that campaigned against PDP presidential candidates in 2023 general election. Now, let us go back to the crisis between the two of them. He has his people, his loyalists in the House of Assembly. He put them there.
Yes.
Just as he did for Fubara. On the swearing-in day, Wike had, according to Fubara, and what we have been seeing, Wike had appointed all the commissioners for him. He appointed the chief of staff. He appointed all his personal staff. That is to say, he's turning Fubara to a yes man. Fubara even gave an example whereby he will be traveling out of the state. And those is people who will have told him, come on, this man is traveling out of the state. And he will call the guy back. Ogbeni, where are you traveling to? Why should you leave? He say, go back and be doing your work. That one will go back and be doing his work too. There's also another incident given by Fubara. That listen, he was having a meeting with the chiefs from, I think, Opobo or so. And before you know it, somebody there that we can put there as the watchdog called him and said, listen, this guy is having, he said he has to call the meeting off abruptly. And the guy wants to be a governor. He wants to be in charge.
Let's look at
but we cannot want to be in charge.
We don't seem to have much time. Let's look at
let's
look at the genesis of this crisis between Wike and the PDP.
I've just told you.
Yes. Let's. Don't you think we saw what Atiku said today in the papers that we knew that where this problem came from was because of he refused to pick Wike as his deputy. Then Wike went ahead to work for the APC and President Tinubu's presidential election. Atiku said today that because he chose the former Delta State governor because he emerged as the first candidate of the PDP. Wike was second. After the committee that was set up within the PDP, Wike was second. Then Akwa Ibom State Governor Emmanuel was third. Don't you think Atiku made a mistake in dropping Wike in the first place?
No, you people are looking at it. You people are looking
because the crisis now seems to have.
Wait now, people are looking at the lemongrass on top of the soil. They're not looking at the one underneath. Wike is totally being aggrieved because he had seen himself as the person financing PDP for a while. And unfortunately, he couldn't get the ticket. Because right from the onset, he had been working towards that ticket.
Yes.
3 days that he himself and the Faoshe put in Secondus as the chairman of a PDP.
Yes.
Who they later removed unceremoniously. And then they now brought in Ayu. Running to the convention now. He thought he was going to win that convention. He thought he was going to win the ticket. But when you are talking about somebody who has experience,
yes,
can you compare his political experience with that of His Excellency Abubakar Atiku? You cannot. And at the beginning, he said whatever the result of that primaries, he will abide by it.
But what there seems to be the crisis. The crisis in PDP has festered on, and there seems not to be any several efforts to resolve the crisis have not taken any fruitful result. Is this the end of PDP? 2027 is around the corner, and
between you and me, I am a lawyer to the core, a PDP member. And so far, so good. I have been following activities regarding what is happening in PDP. And I can tell you for free that with all intents and purposes, this cannot make the end of PDP. Okay. I am telling you with all frankness. Listen now, this is not the end of PDP. However, you should have been following the political trend.
Yes.
The political trend in the country.
Yes.
You will see that a lot of political gladiators are now talking about coalition. All right? So, where that coalition will end up, somebody like me, who is not with our leaders there, cannot predict. But don't be surprised also. This is politics. You can see what happened between AC of those days with the NNPP and all that.
What
and
is
they
it?
came together.
What is the
to
chance
form
of
APC.
what is the chance of that coalition
form
in
APC.
2027? What is the chance of that coalition of defeating
what?
APC? This coalition I'm talking about now, the PDP may go into that coalition. What is the chance of the coalition defeating the incumbent Tinubu in 2027?
Well, you know, when it comes to politics, it's all about strategy. People will be saying politics is a game of
Because
number.
it is
No,
obvious
it's
now
not
that
game of number.
it's obvious
It's
now.
about strategy. It's about strategy.
It is obvious
And when
now
you
that
look-
if the three guys who stood with Tinubu against him in the 2023 general election do not come together to form an alliance, and they want to go solo in 2027. Me and you know that they stand no chance. They stand no chance to defeat him. If they come together, if the coalition can agree and come together, do you think that they stand? Okay.
I have said this. Politics is beyond numbers, as people always say. It has to do with strategies, conceptual strategies. Okay? And I am very sure those people that fought with Tinubu during the last election, they will have gone to their drawing board to look at what happened. Okay. Where did they miss it?
Okay, finally,
the issue of INEC is there. The issue of INEC is there. The issue of guidelines are there. So all these things are going to be conceptually put together to ensure that, yes, they defeat Tinubu come 2027.
Finally, sir, our time is up. What is your take on Rep move, House of Rep to bring our election one day, to amend the constitution and make sure that we have one election in one day?
Well, what I like what Ugo Chinyere is trying to do, but I will not advise that all elections should be conducted in a day. The presidency and that of governorship can be done in a day. Because that of the governorship, the coalition ends at the state. While that of the presidency, the coalition stops at the central. So you can merge those two together. While the assembly own can also be put on a single day. That means instead of let us put it at 2 different days.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us on the program. I've been speaking with Dayo Kayode. He's the convener of Nigeria Organic Mobilizer Initiative and Coalition of Nigerian Stakeholders Forum. Thanks for being on the program, sir. We'll take a short break.
Thank you for having me. It's my pleasure being with you. Thank you very much.
We'll take a short break on Inside Politics. When we come back, we'll be joined by Jendor spokesman. We'll be telling us why Jendor moved from PDP to the APC. Join us.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day television.
You're still watching Inside Politics on BDTV. I'm in Bongi Walk. Recently, a former governorship candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP in Lagos State, Abdulaziz Adeniran, popularly known as Jendor, returned to the All Progressive Congress, the APC. Speaking in a press conference in Lagos, about 2 weeks after leaving the PDP, Jendor said his decision to join the APC was because he wanted to be in a platform that considered winning, not minding who is on the ballot. Before leaving the PDP, he had accused the party of failing to discipline chieftains who work against the party's candidates in the 2023 general election. But many Lagosians are asking why Jandor would choose to return to the APC, a party he has accused in the past of not being democratic in its structure and selection of candidates for election. What chances does he have realizing his political ambition ahead of 2027? I've been joined by Benga Ogunleye, his spokesman for Jandor. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to the program.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you so much for this privilege. And good afternoon, Nigerians.
Yes, good to see you. Good to have you on the show, sir.
Same here, sir.
A lot of us were wondering. The other day we saw Atiku was in Lagos. Jandor was there to receive him. Atiku went to Ayadebanjo family to congratulate them over the death of the statesman. And the next day, he held the press conference that he's defecting from the PDP. Then 2 weeks later, he told us he's moving to the APC. Why did he take the decision to move to the APC? Why is Jandor leaving the PDP and moving to the APC?
Thank you very much. Just as His Excellency Dr. Abdulaziz Olajide Adediran said in his press conference, he had waited for 2 years for PDP to do what was right. And while consulting with his political associates and partners, evaluating the readiness, the willingness, and the ability of political platforms for the 2027 election, and even to really play the role expected of political party. Dr. Adediran and his team discovered that it is only the All Progressive Congress, the APC, that seems serious and ready for the core business of politics and governance. Most other political parties are embroiled in one crisis or the other. Some political parties who have individual interests of the party managers have really subsumed the entire interest of the structure. So looking at brand, the reality on ground after the consultation was that APC seems to be the only serious platform for the 2027 election. So that anyone who really have interest in contributing to governance, who really have business interest in being part of governance and contributing towards the enhancement of our people, may end up being in APC.
Many of our supporters probably was thinking Jandor will join the coalition that is being set up now by Atiku and his friends, El-Rufai. And considering the alliance, considering the romance Jandor has with Atiku, a lot of people think that moving to that coalition and maybe they can use the SDP as that platform will have also been a very good alternative. But we were shocked when Jandor said he's returning back to the APC. Did Jandor at a point consider going with Atiku to that coalition?
Very well. In the course of consultation, Dr. Adediran Jandor had met with Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, as you mentioned. He even welcomed him to Lagos, and they had a detailed conversation around this. Dr. Adediran met with the presidential candidate of the SDP in the 2023 election.
Yes.
Met with some other chieftains of the SDP, met with some other prominent politicians who left their own political party. But you see, like I said, even the SDP as at now, the presidential candidate in 2023 is already saying that he will be the sole candidate of the SDP in 2027. They are welcoming more people, but they are not going into alliance. Some people even within the SDP. The National Secretary of SDP as of today is already agitating with El-Rufai, claiming they want to shove him aside and all the likes. We have seen this ahead. Look, the coalition, we wish them all the best, but it's not looking good. As at the time we had to take that decision, the coalition was not looking good.
So you people have seen that their coalition will fail.
We are not saying it's going to fail. No, we are not saying it's going to fail. What we are saying is that, look, the ingredient that should be there to signal that the coalition will be a credible alternative to APC, we're missing. It is a discussion of individuals, not discussion of parties, not discussion of platforms, not discussion of association. Look, SDP is not discussing only, maybe the national chairman, the national secretary is out. Their presidential candidate in 2023 were out. Some people in SDP were already fighting against coalition. PDP is not discussing, it's Atiku that is discussing. Labour Party is not discussing, it's Peter Obi that is discussing. Can you see? It's about individuals. So unlike what you saw in 2014 or 2013 when APC came together, that a body even inside PDP, about 5 governors or so, came together, joined that discussion, moved with people in the National Assembly and some other individuals. Those are lacking in the current process to coalition.
When
so it's not looking at all.
When Jendot defected to the PDP in 2022, he said he complained of that the APC was not democratic in nature, the structure, and even the nature of choosing candidate for election was being dictated by only one man. Does that not worry Jendot now that he's going to face the same thing now by going back to the same pot or the same soup rejected?
I think that Jendot has been able to make a statement by leaving APC to contest election on the platform of the PDP. He has been able to prove himself, and he has been able to, and good numbers of the leaders of APC today seems to agree with him that he should be given a chance. And representing younger elements. Look, this is not only about politics. It is about looking at the younger elements that are coming into politics today. Where are we going to get the voice? When are we going to be recognized to speak out and to stand for what we truly believe in? Now, the APC of today, that is why Jendot have that meeting with His Excellency, the Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Republic, President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And I can give it to you that even the president recognized the resilience and the courage of Jendot to stand for what he truly believes in. Look, it is about governance. It is about people. If it is just about forming an association with people to represent what we claim to be opposition, then we can continue to dissipate energy. But if it is about the people, if it is about governance, it is about the development of the country, then you have to work with a platform, a political platform that is serious to do that. And I can say it again to you today, that APC seems to be the only party that is serious for governance.
When you make that comment, does this not worry you that Nigeria is moving towards, because Nigeria is moving towards a one-party state? I know our time is all, we'll talk fast. If you look at the other opposition party, the NMPP, they are troubled. Kwankwaso's party, they are in trouble. The BDP is in trouble. The Labour Party is in trouble. And now we've seen several chieftains in the opposition party, the PDP, Labour Party, moving to the APC. Does this not worry you that Nigeria is moving towards a one-party state?
No, Nigeria will never become a one-party state. And my reason is
that is what we are seeing.
Our history. It has never happened. The worst case scenario is that you have a strong ruling party and weak opposition. That is the worst case scenario. The opposition party will never collapse and everyone move into the ruling party. It has never happened. Right from the First Republic to date, it has never happened. And it will never happen. it is also good, even for the ruling party, to have a strong opposition in the interest of the people. It is good. However, when the opposition, as it is present today, has been hijacked by individual interest, you see, it is not only about APC influencing the opposition party. That would not be correct. That would not be correct. There are individuals within some of this opposition party who, for own personal interest, pecuniary interest, their own economic interest, would rather want to hold on to a weak opposition party than allow it to become strong to a level where it can compete with the ruling party. They would rather prefer to be a king in a small colony than to be a middle-level man in a bigger entity. So they are satisfied with what they have. They are satisfied. They want to keep their party in that form. And so anyone whose major interest of coming to politics is to add value to governance can never continue to be in such a system that goes nowhere. So that exactly is the concern here.
So what you are assuring Jendo's supporters across Lagos is that by joining the APC, his ambition remains intact. His political ambition remain intact.
100%, as in 100%. Jendo's interest, vision, and aspiration to be governor of Lagos State is still very much alive.
Where does this leave the Lagos for Lagos movement? Is the movement still on? Or you now dissolve into APC? Have you scattered the movement now?
The Lagos for
Lagos movement, is it still on? Or now that you have fused with the APC now, does it cease to exist?
The Lagos for Lagos movement is on. It is a movement, is a socio-political platform of Dr. Adediran. And a good number of members of this are totally aligned with Dr. Adediran in this decision to join the APC. You see, we have just joined into the APC. We have been meeting with the leadership of the party across, both from the local to the national level, and there will be a lot of reintegration into the party. But I can tell you, it is a very warm environment for Jando. Very, very welcoming and warm environment.
Across Lagos State?
Across Lagos State. Of course, every differences prior to 2022 are resolved, and everybody learns from whatever have happened, and we will come stronger and better in the interest of Lagos.
When are we going to see the party in Lagos receive him officially, the APC?
In a couple of weeks, you know, Ramadan is on, and you don't really have much serious activities during this period. So the moment this is over, all these official welcoming and the like will be done. But I can tell you that the leadership of the party has extended so much hand of welcoming to Jando. He has met with a whole lot of them. And permit me to use this opportunity to also condole with our party chairman, Pastor Cornelius Ojelabi, on the loss of his very beautiful wife. It's a very sad and painful development.
Yes.
His Excellency Dr. Abdulaziz Olajide Adediran has identified with him, and it's in our thoughts and prayers that the Lord God will grant the family the fortitude to bear the loss.
Finally,
so these are developments.
Sir, our time is up. Many Nigerians are not really the APC, the ruling party at the central. As you go to the street, ask many Nigerians, they're not really happy with the policies of this administration. We've seen the inflation rate go up. Today we have inflation which is about 23.18%. Unemployment rate is high. A lot of people feel that the policies of this administration is not actually favoring Nigerians. Does this not bother you? Does this bother you?
Well, I know that the president and the leadership of APC have good intentions. We are just newly welcomed into the party, and our intention for joining the party is to contribute our quota towards the realization, the success of the renewed hope agenda. We will meet with the leadership of the party. Since we are into the party now, we will see how we can contribute our quota. But I can say it that the good intention of the president and the party for Nigerians will be achieved, and we will also contribute our quota to ensure that that is done. Nigerians should expect the very best from the ruling party.
Thank you very much. Benga Ogunleye is the spokesman for Gender, as the PDP candidate in 2022 general election, who has now defected to the ruling party, telling us why Gender had to take that move to leave the PDP. Thank you very much, Mr. Benga, for being on the program.
Thank you very much, and God bless you, sir.
Okay. That's Inside Policies for this week. Thanks for joining us. My name is Inyobangi. Please join me for next week for more impactful program.
You are watching Business Day Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape,